authorization of recommendations. G1A regarding bid 22-004 aggregate surface treatment for delivery and pickup.
All right, what's the pleasure on items G1A?
Motion to approve the purchasing director's recommendations on the bids.
Second.
We have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, item G1B regarding bid 22-005 asphalt emulsions for delivery and pickup.
Not what's the pleasure, court?
Move to approve the recommendation of the purchasing director.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. I'd like to go to item L1. We have Shane Turner and Fiona Bond here. It's regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund American Rescue Plan Act, discussion or action regarding the eligible expenses and our funding guidelines, reporting requirements, and funding request. Okay.
So I'm Fiona Bond, Executive Director of Creative Waco, and of course this is Shane Turner, owner and operator of the Hippodrome.
All right, so we will recess until 1 o'clock tomorrow. So it's 11. All right, good morning. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, February 25th, 2022 at 3:10 p.m.
Thank you. And if anyone has a public comment, they can come forward now from the audience. Yes, sir.
My name is Shannon Caraway. I'm Vice President for Business Development for a company called Solar Prime. Currently, we're trying to develop another 300 megawatt solar farm and 300 megawatt battery energy storage project here in McLennan County. And it's out north of Trading House Creek Reservoir, that area there. We're preparing to submit a proposal to this body soon for a county tax abatement for the project, and just wanted to stop by ahead of time, introduce ourselves, and tell you what we're doing.
Going to D on proclamations, resolutions. We have nothing this week. Under E, under consent agenda, I have no recommended pulls. Does anyone else have a pull from the consent agenda they want to discuss? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, Dustin.
Yes, sir. Judge, if we could go to item N1, this is discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19.
These case numbers have decreased for the hospitals.
All right, Judge, do you want to accept that for recording purposes?
Yes. Is there a motion to accept that report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
And Judge, I'm sorry, we're not hearing anything from the courtroom.
Okay, can you hear us now?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. All right, we are gonna go to, right off the bat, we will go to items M4 regarding the McLennan County Emergency Service District Number 1. And at that, as we get into that, we will, we're gonna open the hearing. But before we do that, I'd like to ask Dustin Chapman and Mike Dixon to kind of lay out the discussion points of it. And then at that point, we will have people speaking about the Emergency Service District to come up and do that at that time. After the public hearing's closed, then we're gonna go back to regular court, where if anyone has any other public comments, we'll do it at that time. Okay, Dustin or Mike?
Yes, sir. Mike, if it's all right, I'll start and just kind of give a little overview. So emergency services districts are local political subdivisions that with voter approval may provide fire protection, emergency medical services, and other emergency services within that district. And the Commissioner's Court has exclusive jurisdiction to determine the issues relating to the creation of that district. Just kind of stepping back, we have received a petition for the creation of Emergency Services District Number 1. That petition was in proper order. We had the signatures and names reviewed by both the appraisal district to make sure they were property owners and by elections office to make sure they were registered voters, and there were more than the 100 required. The next step was for the court to set the public hearing, and that was set for this morning at 9 a.m. And so, Mike, did you want to add anything about the next steps? And Judge, I actually don't see the mic on, but I'll kind of step through
He was
those.
on earlier, but go ahead.
Okay, if the court finds that the creation of the district is feasible and will promote the public safety, welfare, health, and convenience of persons residing in the proposed district, the court shall grant the petition, fix the district boundaries, and impose any conditions negotiated. If the court finds the proposed district does not meet those requirements, the court shall deny the petition. So, Judge, with that, that's a general overview, and I don't know if the court has any questions that I can try to answer.
Okay, so at that point,
Dustin, could you explain that again real quickly, what you just,
Yes, sir. So the court has the discretion on this petition. And if the court finds that the creation of the district is feasible and will promote the public safety, welfare, health, and convenience of persons residing in the district, the court shall grant the petition, fix the boundaries, and impose any conditions negotiated. And one part I left out earlier would be to order an election that would be held, I believe, on November the 8th. But if the court does not find, or if the court finds that the district does not meet those requirements, the court shall deny the petition.
okay.
And Dustin, I'm sorry I got in late, but the on the feasibility, well, on all the issues, but primarily on the feasibility, you also have to find that if the ETJ was removed, that it would still be feasible. Did you go over that?
No, I did not, Mike.
So if we have ETJ of Lacey Lakeview and Waco in this proposed district, one of the findings you have to make is, because they will continue to negotiate their deal after today, but one of the findings you have to make is if either or both of those ETJs are outside of the district boundaries, turn out to be outside of the district boundaries, that it would still be feasible and meet these other requirements.
Okay, any questions?
so being outside, their tax base would not be included in the tax. Is it?
That's correct. If it was,
Is that the issue?
for some reason the ETJs were not included, the tax base and the ETJs would not count towards feasibility.
So the ETJ of Lacey Lakeview and Waco could elect not to include their tax base. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. I think there's a process of negotiation that they go through with the ESD, but after the fact. But the reality is, it says in the when we decide on the petition, when the court decides on the petition, it has to decide also whether the district would meet these requirements if any ETJ was not part of the order, was not part of the district. I'm sorry.
Any other
And
questions?
Dustin, do you have anything to add to that?
No, it's just that before the district could be created, the petition or a written request has to be sent to the municipality's governing body that would cover, the district would fall in. And then if they don't consent to the inclusion within 60 days, then there's another process where a majority of the voters, I believe they go back through and may petition that governing body to make fire control and emergency medical services available. But if the governing body refuses or fails to act on the petition within 60 days, then that constitutes consent that the territory is included in the ESD, in the proposed district boundaries.
Other questions? All right, this time I will open the public hearing. It is 9:08. So at this time, if anyone wants to come forward, please come up to this microphone in the center here. You can sit or stand and make your statement. Please keep it 3 minutes or less. Give your name and address so we know that you are in that area that we're speaking of. So this time I'll open the public hearing. Yes, sir. Thank you. Morning.
Yes, my name is Skip Derman, and I live at 107 Battelle in Elmont, Texas. And I'm here to speak against this fire department thing, although I appreciate everything they do. And but at this time, I just don't see it because of finances. I'm living on the edge right now on Social Security. Every bit of the savings is gone, just like other people that have went through what's been going on. Recently, we voted down a $39 million school bond, and it's been pretty recent, and then this comes up. But before this come up, they included Chalk Bluff and took over their fire department. And there was never any discussion, didn't know about it till I seen it posted on Facebook. And, but there's, like I said, I'm on the edge as far as living right now, and another tax would hurt. And originally when this was brought to me, I understood that they wanted the 1.5% sales tax, which I don't have a problem with that. It's adding the tax on our property. And everyone's been going through the same tax, inflated tax on their property. And like I said, these guys, they do a job that I couldn't. And I appreciate it. But that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next.
My name is Casey Perry. I'm the Fire Chief of Elmont Fire Rescue. I reside at 280 Northwood Avenue in Waco in Precinct 3 in the Chalk Bluff area. I'm here to speak to the commissioners and yourself, Your Honor, in support of the Emergency Services District. And the reason being, obviously, you know, with fire protection for the whole community has been lacking, to say the least, over the years. We have had minimal budget to operate on, and you can only sell so many barbecue sandwiches and do so many fundraisers in order to keep a fire truck running. Based on current standards, my department is probably 25 to 30 years behind the times. You've got City of Waco career firefighters operating with top-notch equipment. We're not asking for top-notch equipment, but the equipment meets the standard. NFPA has set forth predetermined end-of-life terms for all the equipment that is used on fire protection. And we are blatantly ignoring all of those rules and putting the safety of our members at risk in order to do so because of the cost associated with it. Right now, we are currently operating on a budget of about $6,600 from the Commissioners Court, and then everything else is 100% donation. And based on our preliminary estimates right now, we are running a deficit. If we were to actually be doing the processes that we are supposed to be doing as far as equipment maintenance and upkeep, we would be running a $77,000 deficit right now. So in order to continue to provide fire protection adequately to the areas and keep our members safe, that's why we're looking into the Emergency Services District. Pardon me. The call volume continues to increase. As of right now, we're running 274 calls is what we had as of last night. Our entire call volume for last year was in the 280s. So we are fixing to meet and exceed the previous year's call volume with no end in sight. We're estimating between 500 and 600 calls this year. One of the problems that we're incurring is when our community calls 911, they expect a response 100% of the time. We're not able to deliver that right now. We are probably somewhere in the 90 to 95% range, and there are calls that we are not able to make because we don't have personnel available. One of the things we are looking at for the Emergency Services District is to be able to supply part-time staffing at the Elmont station for an immediate response. If you'll afford me one moment here and let me get to a note. NFPA has a expected turnout time from the time an emergency call is received until the fire apparatus is en route of 90 seconds. Right now, from the time we receive a call to the time a truck is exiting the building is 6 minutes and 4 seconds. So we have 5 minutes sitting out on the table right now that we could trim off of that easily by staffing part-time personnel at a station, because you and I know that in our world, time is critical, time is life. So from the time our trucks receive a call to the time that we are on location is 11 minutes and 10 seconds is our average time. Our neighbors in Belmead are accomplishing this feat in 4 minutes and 41 seconds due to the ability to staff a fire department. We're not asking for full-time staffing. We're asking for staffing on what we would consider to be peak hours, being Monday through Friday from the 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. time range. We want to put 2 personnel at the station part-time to cut down on that call volume where we don't have responders and where we have those high call volumes, where we're not able to generate a turnout every single time, or we're having to roll it to the next department, the next city over, which elongates additional response times beyond that as well. So that is what we're here to accomplish today, is to ensure that our citizens, our residents in our areas are taken care of to the best of our ability, and make sure that we're doing our part to follow into the future of fire protection for Elmont and Chalk Bluff.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we ask a question of him?
Packets I can pass out to y'all with just some base information.
Yeah,
it has call volume, budget, and everything in it.
Right.
May I leave those here?
Yeah, please. Thank you. Is anyone else want to speak to it? All right.
Morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Very well, sir. Joe Lehman, my wife and I live at 8971 Golson Road. We're in precinct 3. We're in this proposed district. And I'm gonna echo what the chief said. I don't know the numbers that he's talking about. But I do know that we're several miles from that fire station. We're north of Homestead Heritage. And it concerns me that living out in the country, we don't have the same fire protection that the folks living in town close to the fire stations do. And I know the budget is stretched about as thin as you guys can stretch it, but there's precious little money going to these volunteer fire departments. And what I'm asking, I'm for this proposed district. What I'm asking is that this commissioner's court vote to allow this matter to go to those of us that live out there. Let us decide. Let us vote for it or against it. Your vote today isn't gonna raise taxes 1 penny. All you're gonna vote on is letting us make the decision as to the level of protection we want and what we're willing to pay for it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other?
Howdy, my name is Chris Walker. I live at 22 North Shore Circle in Waco, Texas. I have rental properties in Chalk Bluff and in Elmont, property in Elmont. And I'd like to speak for the ESD. I'll echo what both of these gentlemen said in that it's something that we need in that area. Unfortunately, as big a proponent of small government and lower taxes as I am, the community just hasn't donated and done enough for our volunteer fire departments out there, and they've suffered. And so I think that we're at the point where we have two options. Either our volunteer departments are going to continue to shut down like Chalk Bluff, or we have to institute a way to fund them via the government. And I think that's where we're at. I'll also add, for anybody who's worried about expenses, that the increase in tax that goes to the fire department would likely decrease your insurance costs on property, because the better fire protection you have usually will decrease your insurance costs as well on your home or property that you have. But that's where I think we're at. I also think, yes, just let us vote on whether or not we want to have that, and ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tom LaRose. I'm a resident of Chalk Bluff, 369 Winding Oaks Drive. I'm a transferred Texan. I'm a 31-year retired law enforcement Los Angeles County Deputy Sheriff. I saw on a daily basis the need for effective and available emergency response for fire and medical personnel. I now live in a more rural area, which makes it even more necessary, particularly for fire response, because there's such a wider area away from where the fire department is. The longer the response time, the greater the need for them to be available. And yes, this would add a little bit of a tax, but consider it insurance. We're getting hotter. There's a greater chance for fire. There's always medical needs, and these things are not going to go away. They're going to get even greater. More people are coming to the area because it's a great place to live. But we've got to be able to protect our citizens. And as the previous speakers have said, we should give the residents the opportunity to decide whether or not they want to go forward with this. So I ask you to support it.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else?
Good morning. I'm
Good morning.
Rochelle Kemp, 165 Oak Grove Circle. I'm a new resident of Elmont. I don't have a statement because I'm still learning, but I do have two questions, if that's permissible.
Yes. Well, in this part, we generally don't respond to statements made, but you can
Okay.
state them. You can state your questions. And
All right, and then I can send them in writing if I need to.
correct.
My first question is, what is the allotted amount that y'all are feeling is going to gain from the proposed raised taxes? In other words, what would the budget be? I'm sure someone has crunched those numbers.
I would suggest you get with the chief over there and talk to him about that. He's got the budget.
Okay. And then my other question was, if that petition did pass and the voters passed it, who would be in charge of that budget?
Again, I refer you to him.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Answer that. So, the proposed budget will be ballpark somewhere in the $500,000 area. We're looking initially for about $571,000. There's going to be portions of that have to come out to go to the appraisal district and to the tax assessor as well. And then we also have to allow for adjustments based on people disputing their property tax values. So safe number would be somewhere around the $500,000 range would be the annual operating budget for the emergency services district. Now, as far as who oversees the funds and the financing, the fire department does not. We are basically we're asking for more checks and balances. If the district is approved and it is voted into existence, then the commissioners set before you interview a panel of ESD commissioners, and they appoint 5 ESD commissioners to sit over the emergency services district. They cannot be members of our organization. They cannot be anybody on our fire department. So basically, it's a checks and balances system where we go to them with our needs and assessments, and they take it up for discussion, and they either vote for or against it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll remind you, whatever the decision the court makes, whether to put it on the ballot or not, from the time that decision is made, if they do approve, if the court does approve that, then you've got time to research whether it's something you could support or not, and get out and campaign one way or the other. So it'd be up to you and your folks, your neighbors, to manage that process. All right, if I see no one else raising their hand to come speak to that particular item. So,
Your Honor, before you close the meeting, can the chief be called back up?
I would also like to read into the record, an email I received from a resident that was not unable to attend today.
okay, so Chief, if you would come back up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Chief, there's one thing, and I discussed it a little while ago. On the feasibility issue, you've gone through and you've done a good job of coming up with property values and all that. Have you all looked at what the money looks like if the 2 ETJs are not part of the district?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you, sir.
Turn it down.
Okay, what I'm saying is, have you looked at feasibility if neither of the ETJs are part of the district?
I have not, sir, because the entire property is encompassed by ETJ. The city of Lacey Lakeview has a small portion, but the entire district is within the city of Waco ETJ. We have submitted in writing, I believe, 30 days prior at this point in time to both ETJs for the inclusion into the ETJ.
Okay, I did not understand that the whole thing was in the ETJ. So they have to make a decision whether they're going to serve it or not.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this time, it is 9:26. I'm going to close the hearing. All right, Dustin, take us to the action item.
Can I read mine?
Oh, I'm sorry, and it's okay to read after the hearing closed.
Okay.
So go ahead and read it.
All right. So this is from Cheryl Helms, 212 Lushner Road, Elmont, Texas 76740. I will be, Commissioner Jones, I'll be out of town Tuesday, July 19th. I wish for the following to be read and recorded at the County Commissioners Court meeting. As the former Elmont Volunteer Fire Department Treasurer for over 10 years, I'd like to say that these volunteers are amazing. They do heroic, unseen things every day that the average citizen does not realize. They respond to hundreds of calls every year, and the number is consistently growing. They leave their families in the middle of the night, on holidays, during meals to help someone in need. They spend hours training, fixing equipment, and fundraising. The volunteer firefighters do an amazing service for their community. Please understand that being said, I hate to say an emergency service district is not fiscally right for our community. The Elmont Volunteer Fire Fiscal Oversight Board spoke with a lawyer from Pflugerville 10 years ago and decided that this was not the best approach. Our community consists of mostly elderly with fixed incomes or renters. A 10% property tax increase will affect those people the most. As a fire department, we worked hard to earn the goodwill of the community after a previous administration destroyed it. I'm afraid that this endeavor will erase that progress. A volunteer fire department depends on the public for donations, support, and volunteers, both firefighters and non-firefighting assistants. When a department loses the community's respect, it can have disastrous results. When I stepped into the treasurer's position, Elmont was 1 month away from bankruptcy. Thank you for your time and consideration this morning about the Elmont proposal to form an ESD. Cheryl Helms.
All right, Commissioners, if you have any questions for any folks, the chief or anyone, we can do that now. And then if not any, then we will read the order and the court can deliberate on what action to take.
I have a question for Mike. Mike, you still on?
Yeah.
What happens with the petition to the city of Waco on that ETJ area to which you're referring? If they take no action, is that the same as an affirmative vote, allowing it to take place?
That's the same as a consent.
That's what I thought. Okay. So if they just choose to take no action, then they are consenting to the ESD.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And Mike, I actually think they have to give written consent.
Really, I
Sorry.
thought there was something about if they didn't. Well,
It gets a little complicated. It's in 775.014.
we'll read that and let's see what it says.
Okay, so creation of district that includes municipal territory. Before a district may be created that contains territory in a municipality's limits or ETJ, a written request to be included in the district must be presented to the municipality's governing body after the petition is filed under section 775.015. Except as provided by subsection C, that territory may not be included in the district unless the municipality's governing body gives its written consent on or before the 60th day after the date on which the municipality receives the request. And then C is if the municipality's governing body refuses or fails to act on the petition requesting fire protection and emergency medical and ambulance services within 6 months after the date on which the petition submitted under subsection B is received, the governing body's refusal or failure to act constitutes consent for the territory that is the subject of the petition to be included in the proposed district. And then B is another layer. B is if the municipality's governing body does not consent to inclusion within the 60-day period prescribed by subsection A, a majority of the qualified voters and the owners of at least 50% of the territory in the municipality's limits or extraterritorial jurisdiction that would have been included in the district may petition the governing body to make fire control and emergency medical and ambulance services available. The petition must be submitted to the governing body not later than the 90th day after the date on which the municipality receives the request under subsection A.
So it's kind of a confusing mess, but
Say that.
Well, there's something missing here, and that's the city of Waco. And I would like to hear from them what their intention might be on this whole. I don't know if Casey's spoken to them or not. So
Casey, would you come back up?
It seems to me Waco could torpedo this.
they certainly could.
But what would be their motive to do it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Looks like
without knowing what they
Well,
have to
there's so for them it becomes a development type of issue with out there in the ETJ. What type of development springs up?
So what would happen if Waco at some point in time chose to, after they gave their consent or?
I think Skip may be able to, Casey, be able to address that.
Commissioner, first and foremost, it is my understanding that forced annexation is no longer allowed in Texas. It requires a majority vote from the affected parties in the area. But I have spoke with the fire chief, Chief Summers, ACM Holt, Elizabeth Thomas. We had a Zoom meeting one day, and it was very informal, educational, and I think it had a positive outcome. The city of Waco's main concern during the video conference was the inquiry about the debt load that the ESD intended to carry. And the reason being is should the city of Waco absorb ESD area, then they have to pick up the debt load associated at that point in time. But as far as the communication that I have with them, it seemed to be positive. I cannot speak for their city council and how they're going to vote, but that's what I have to provide you at this time.
So that's a great question about the debt load. So the max, the total appraised value is something in the range of $570 million.
$571 million, yes, Commissioner.
So that's $570,000 a year. How much debt do you foresee incurring for build out, things like that?
So as I told you previously, our organization is probably 25 to 30 years behind the times, and that's going to take a while to repair that. That's not something that can be done all in one sweep. $571,000 budget will not fix all the ailments of the fire department at this time. First and foremost, in those packets, there is a proposed first-year budget for y'all to review. Our air packs alone, like our air packs that we have are estimated at $151,000. They have been expired for 3 years. The only reason we're able to use them is because we're able to fill them ourselves. Again, another safety feature that we are 100% disregarding from the NFPA. As far as debt load goes, I cannot personally speak to what the ESD would do because I won't have a say in it. What I'll be able to do is submit proposed budgets to them with the needs of the fire department, and if they're feasible, then the ESD could choose to approve them, or if they don't see they're feasible at that point in time, then obviously that would be pushed by the wayside. I can tell you that our apparatus are about 25 to 30 years old on average, where the NFPA standard is 10. So we do have quite a few apparatus that need to be cycled out, not necessarily with brand new apparatus, but something that will serve the community a little better that we don't have to work on every time we take it out.
So what is the first year's, and I think we need to just go ahead and pass this out and start. Dustin, was this improved? Is this all in the packet or the budget?
Commissioner, I'm not certain, just,
We just received it.
There will be two budgets in there. One is going to be the current EMFR proposed budget we are operating under, and the other is going to be a proposed budget for MCESD 1. As of right now, our organization is operating on an average budget of about $70,000, including donations, including stipends from the county, including grants. We run on about $70,000 a year. The projected budget, obviously, while substantially larger, you'll see there's immediate capital improvement needs in the top right corner, being the need to replace an additional brush truck. Engine 361 is a 1989 E1 engine that has a pump that has been consistently failing over the past 10 years. It's to the point now to where if we let it sit in our station for more than 3 days, the water level on the tank is gone by half. So we're dropping about 300 to 400 gallons of water a week on the ground. Our tender 36 does not meet NFPA standard at all. It's a truck that we built to serve the community, and while it does serve the community, it does not do it well. The SCBA's, but there's an estimate in there for y'all to view. $151,000 is what it takes to replace those SCBA's. And that is a 15-year life cycle on those. Our radios, most of our members are having to be paged via cell phone right now because we don't have adequate communication devices for our personnel. So when McLennan County Sheriff's Office sends out notification of an emergency, we're relying on a digital communication device to provide that notification to us. Does it always happen? No. Sometimes we receive the call immediately. Most of the time we get about a 2 to 3 minute delay as it comes across, and there's quite a few instances where we'll get it 10 to 12 hours later. We'll get the notification on the phone as it comes through because we're relying on the technology to support that whenever we should be using radios and pagers, but we don't have the funding to do that. And then the Lucas device, like I said, that's $16,000. We're needing 2 of those for cardiac arrest calls, because when we respond to cardiac arrest calls, we may have only one responder at that point in time. So that's imperative for us to move into as well. Is there any specific questions that I can answer regarding the projected budget for the ESD or the current one we're operating under for EMFR?
Chief, so in the ESD budget, you're going to spend $252,000 the first year on the different I'm using my phone because I can't read it.
I understand. I'm sorry. It's a lot of information on
it's very
one
small
page.
print. So on different on trucks and scab and things like that, correct?
Yes, just basic capital improvements, and it exceeds the amount that you're looking at. Is probably the immediate capital improvement needs for the fire department are probably going to be somewhere in the $500,000 range if we were to do all those. But that also does not include the need to address all the neglected issues of the past for like Station 35 in Chalk Bluff. That station is in terrible disrepair.
Chief, can I ask you a question real quick?
You absolutely can.
Okay, I didn't realize that all this was in the ETJ. One of the findings that the commissioners has to make is that the district would still be feasible if the ETJ was not there, doesn't that create a problem for something that's totally encompassed in the ETJ?
Say that again, Mike.
Well,
What's
one
the
of
implication there?
Dustin, will you read that statute? If you have it handy.
Yes, sir. Give me a second to jump back to it. Sorry, I'm looking for it. Mike, which section was the?
The basic thing is there's another section that says that in determining these factors, the district would still have to meet these factors if the ETJ were not there. Okay. And it's hard for me to wrap my brain around if it's totally in the ETJ, how it could meet the factors if the ETJ wasn't there.
I don't see the implication, Mike. I'm not sure where you're, and for the audience, Mike refers to our counsel, our legal counsel. He's on Zoom.
So it's like this: if the city of Waco decided to not consent, then there would be there would be no revenue.
Correct.
So that, I guess that's a follow-up question I have to what Mike said earlier, because it does say that the territory, talking about the ETJ in question, may not be included unless the city council gives its written consent, and that's 60 days after you all have submitted a written request to them. So you've submitted a written request to the city of Waco?
Yes.
Okay, has it been within that 60 days that you've heard from them?
We have not hit the 60-day mark yet. I do not believe. I'll have to look at my records as to what date it was actually submitted, but I believe we are somewhere in the 45-day mark.
So I guess my question would be, and not necessarily to you, but maybe to Mike, what does a vote today do? Should we take a vote today? Should we defer this until we hear from the city of Waco, since so much is?
Let me make a recommendation,
Okay.
Commissioner, if I can. There's some unanswered questions for us to further consideration. A decision needs to be made before August 21st, the way I understand it, to get on the ballot. Okay. And so if court wanted to consider deferring action till the next court meeting, which would be August 2nd, at that time, if you thought you could get more information, get you comfortable with your decision by then I would recommend that we defer at this time, but continue asking questions while we have this group here. So, yes, sir.
Your Honor, if I may, and I don't have my facts in front of me here, but the number 100 is sticking out to me. I believe it has to be filed 100 days prior to, in order for it to be on
November
the
8th.
ballot.
I believe it's 78 days prior, and Mike can correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's correct. It's 78 days prior. You have to call.
What is 78 days?
It would be
August.
my quick math. It's that around August 21st.
Okay.
That was the date I mentioned.
Okay.
Well, what I'm wondering is if we carry this meeting over till tomorrow, if you've got that. I don't know if you have to call another special meeting. I mean, another public hearing.
Meeting.
Or
Our
another
next meeting
public
is
hearing, I'm sorry.
August the 2nd. I don't think we have to have another hearing.
No.
No,
you're just, I guess not. You're just making a decision based on what you heard.
Right, and the public always has the right and opportunity and encouraged to do so to send communication to the court members regarding anything that the court is pondering or deliberating on. And so you know, I encourage you to reach out until that point in time, but, it just seems to me that there's some considerations that we need to be sure we have a good handle on.
Dustin, were you able to find that statute?
I do. Yeah, Judge, if it's okay, I can read in this. It's section 775.017, petition approval under subsection B. It states if the proposed district will include territory in the municipal limits or extraterritorial jurisdiction of one or more municipalities, the Commissioners Court of the county in which the municipality is located must determine if the district would still meet the requirements prescribed by subsection A, and that goes to the public safety, welfare, health, and convenience of persons residing in the district.
And feasibility.
And feasibility would still meet the requirements prescribed by subsection A if the territory in the municipality's limits or extraterritorial jurisdiction is excluded from the district. Commissioners Court must make this finding for each municipality, the territory of which will be included in the district.
So essentially what that means is if you have to look at it like, okay, what if the ETJ wasn't here in this district? What would be the effect? And I did not understand the whole district is encompassed in ETJ.
So how does that affect? What are you saying, Mike? Does that
well, if you
throw
look
water
at
on it? Does that
what
make
would
it?
happen? What would happen what would happen to those considerations that you have to come to if you took out the ETJ? Well, feasibility would be a problem because all of your taxing area is within an ETJ. I mean, maybe we need to look at that more, but that seems like a red flag to me.
Well, and that's why the city of Waco wanted to know the debt, because if they chose to do that, they would have to take the debt out. And so I think further discussion, members of this court or my office to reach out to the city manager's office to find out, you know, what direction he thinks the council would go in.
And then also too, the citizens can petition
Yes.
for service out there from the city of Waco if they decline.
Correct.
If they do not consent, excuse me.
Correct. They have 180 days at that point in time to file a additional petition with the city.
50% of the landowners.
I believe it is a
the property, because it's based on
property owners.
Yeah. And just a quick math problem here. The average residence out there is worth $194,000. So that'd be about if they were to do 10 cents, it would be about $194 for the average citizens per year.
Yes, sir.
Per year. That's without exemptions.
That's just a total.
Straight across.
That's just straight across.
Because
that doesn't include any of the exemptions, ag exemptions, homestead,
65 disabled.
Yeah, this veteran, things like that.
Yes, that's correct, because the assessed value is where it draws its final number. Correct.
It's almost $200 a year for the average residence.
It seems to me, and I agree with Judge, of maybe needing more information. It appears that we need some kind of affirmation, one way or the other, from both of those ETJs. Waco, even Lacey Lakeview, it'd be nice to have something in writing affirming or denying or what their direction's going to be.
Great.
It's I won't say a waste of effort on our part if they say no, but it sure would make it easier for us to know what the end results could be. And then secondly, in the meantime, Mike, I'd like to hear more about if they chose to not do anything, that 6-month clause, that kick in at 6 months, not necessarily today, but some clarification on what happens after the 60 days, from the 60-day point up to that 6-month point. What happens if they choose not to do anything? Is that?
We can do that.
What does that statute exactly say, Dustin?
So it is, it's section 775.014. And let me find it. So it's if the municipalities govern, this is after the municipality received that petition that y'all just talked about under subsection C. If the municipality's governing body refuses or fails to act on the petition requesting fire protection and emergency medical and ambulance services within 6 months after the date on which the petition submitted under subsection B is received, the governing body's refusal or failure to act constitutes consent for the territory that is the subject of the petition to be included in the proposed district.
So it seems to me in reality, they've got 60 days to act on it, but those 60 days are included in that 6 month from the time it was submitted. So so really there's only a 4-month lag then. Wouldn't that be correct?
It gets really weird, Commissioner, because they have 60 days to act, and then if they don't act within those 60 days, then the residents have, I believe, 90 days to put a petition together, and then that kicks off the 6-month period.
Okay.
Commissioner, but the thing I brought up is more of a whether you get off first base thing, because you have to make these findings. It says must make the following findings. Then we have a statute that says, well, when you make those findings, you have to also find that if the ETJ parts were gone, that they would still meet these criteria. Well, if the ETJ parts are gone, then there's nothing. So I think we also need to research that, whether we can even get off first base.
Well, that's fine. I don't. Yeah,
and I'm sorry, I didn't realize that the whole thing was in
Okay.
ETJ.
Research away.
Generally, if you talk on something for an hour and there's still difference of opinion and some confusion, I think that we need to, in fact, I would make a motion, we defer the action until we get to a comfortable spot to make a decision, and it will be on the August 2nd agenda.
I would have one other thing to add. Is Casey, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
I applaud you on how thoroughly this is researched and the information you presented.
And Commissioners, Your Honor, for the record here, it was filed with the City of Waco. I have a read receipt from Ryan Holt and Mayor Meeks on 6/14/22 at 2:54 p.m.
6/14/22, City of Waco.
Okay. All right. We have a motion.
Judge, I believe Waco is potentially might have it on their August 2nd agenda as well.
Okay, that'd be perfect. And we'll get a sense of where they're going as well, because what Assistant City Manager Ryan Holt suggested the council is probably going to be what carries. So we'll have a conversation with him real quickly. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you.
Your Honor, thank you,
sir.
Commissioners. Thank you.
All right, and any of you that are here on that subject and want to leave, feel free to do so. We will go back to regular portion of the agenda briefly. I'm going to take a break after this, but a lady wants to speak to a subject to the court, and I don't know if there's anyone else here to make public comment, but ma'am, if you would come forward and introduce yourself and give us your address and microphone right here.
Give me just a second.
Yeah.
To get going, I've been sitting a little while.
All right, yeah, well,
I understand that.
My name is Valerie Fillmore, and I live at 3224 Maple Avenue, Waco. You're my commissioner, Mr. Jim. I'm here because before the last election cycle happened, I called in and I testified saying that I believe that our 2020 elections were handled freely and fairly, that I trusted our fellow citizens to do their patriotic duty, to take their oath seriously, to do the right thing for the democracy, for the fellow citizens, and civic duty. I believe that. I believe that happened. I believe that's how we've been operating, and that's how we've been living our lives. That's how you all are elected. That Democrats and Republicans alike have done the right thing. I had never worked an election. I took the training. I worked the city council election because they were short on people to do so. Jared Goldsmith gave wonderful training, and he emphasized that that we are to keep our party politics out of it, and that we are to serve the people, take our oath seriously, and give the public free and fair elections. On the runoff election, I went out and I served in Crawford. And the regular Republican, as the Democratic judge there. And the regular Republican judge had some family, I think one of her grandkids was graduating from college, and they couldn't be there on that day of the election. And so the Republicans subbed in someone else. Someone that they're starting to, someone who believes in conspiracy theories. Although they be a retired military person, they believe that the 2000 Mules movie about conspiracy theories and people not doing the right thing was true. And that they believed that, and that's why that they were serving as an election judge and accused me of lying and cheating and stealing. I can defend myself against people like that, but I have a problem with those zealots accusing my fellow citizens of it. Of those zealots coming in, being appointed election judges, not having the right idea of public service to everybody so that we all have free and fair elections. And I caution you to look over the list that's been submitted, because from the National Republican Party and the State Republican Party and now the County Republican Party, they're starting to replace our good, honest, fair-minded citizens with these people who are mad that Donald Trump didn't win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, let's take a 5-minute recess.
everyone. I'll start with a COVID-19 update. I did reach out to the health district this morning. Cases are definitely on the rise along with our hospitalizations, but we are still at manageable levels right now. We are currently in a medium COVID community level per the CDC, but they are looking, if the trend does continue, that will probably change to high. And I know they've been getting some media attention regarding testing sites. They are monitoring that testing availability, and they are definitely encouraging everyone to take advantage of those 12 free tests that can be requested from the federal government. There's no more funding to cover that uninsured testing. So community testing would not be able to cover like previous times. However, they are looking to that and making sure they are listing all the options that retail pharmacies are still offering testing and that there is a good supply of at-home tests that are covered by insurance. So that is the update for COVID-19 information.
Okay, any questions on COVID?
Hey, Elizabeth, with so much attention on COVID-19, and rightly so, did we have a flu season this year?
I believe we did have a flu season. If there's specific questions you have about the flu, I can ask the health district about that.
Obviously it wasn't very bad. We didn't hear anything about it, period. So I was just curious.
Yes, sir. I will ask and see if they have any specific information to share about how the flu season went this year, and I'll get that back to you.
Mr. Jones?
So in the, at the health board meeting, and I don't, was it discussed whether or not what variant we're seeing right now? Is it the BA2, the subvariant of the Omicron?
I will ask what variant we're seeing right now and see if I can get that response from the health district as well.
It was, and I just want to thank the epidemiologist at the Waco-McLennan County Public Health District, Vadahi Shaw. She's really good. Also, you can go to covidwaco.com. There's a weekly annual report that comes out, and she kind of breaks it down. But kind of like I tell my constituents who can't keep up with the alphabets and the numbers, these are still subvariants of Omicron. And I think we're looking at BA4 and BA5. But they're all still subvariants of Omicron. They say that it is not as severe, and you hate to say that because then people think all bets off, but it's not as severe as some of the earlier variants that we saw, but it is extremely more contagious. And so that's why they're still really urging you to get a booster if it's time for it. If you're not vaccinated, please get vaccinated because your case or won't be as severe. And just kind of in context, last week we added 908 new cases. And so we're slowly ticking up. Our hospitalizations ticked up. We went from 18 the previous week to 24. We went from 2 people in ICU and on ventilators to having 8 people in our ICU and 4 of those on ventilators. So what it's telling us is what we already know, and that is just to be really careful when we're around people we don't know. But I want to thank Elizabeth for that because she's doing a great job, and I think what's really going to help us will be those services that we're getting ready to receive through the emergency management district.
All right, thank you. All right, Elizabeth, you want to give us an update on what's going on with the drought and any consequences?
Yes. Yes, sir. So they did release the last map as of July 14th, but most of McLennan County is in stage 3 extreme drought conditions, and parts of McLennan County are now in that exceptional drought. Some of our cities have already implemented those drought restrictions as we've seen. And if you've been kind of watching all around, all of our contiguous counties have definitely seen their fair share of wildfires. Thankful McLennan County hasn't really seen one. Knock on wood, we continue to stay that way. But we just want to remind everybody, that the excessive heat is going to continue. We have an excessive heat warning today for McLennan County, and there is a critical brush fire danger. And so just preventing those wildfires, don't toss those light cigarettes, don't drag tow chains on the ground, be mindful if you're parking and driving over tall grass, because it is just so dry out there that there is the potential for even the smallest spark to create some pretty damaging wildfires. So we just want to remind everybody about that, just to be very mindful of any actions that you're taking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, Dustin.
All right, if we can move back to those pulls from the consent agenda. E3 under Human Resources. E3A is Information Technology Discussion and or Action regarding replacement of director. Anna, I don't believe there's any update today. Is that correct?
That's right, Dustin. I don't have an update, just to know that the qualified applications are under review by the committee, as approved in the last agenda. And I'm just working on those, ratings and responses, and I'll provide an update once I have all of those.
Thank you, Anna. So Judge, no actions needed on that today, so we can move to E3B, County Sheriff, E3B1, retiree benefit clarification, that can be pulled with no action.
All right.
E3B2 is authorizations regarding new hire incentive program for jailers and base pay increases for jailers and jail corporals. I'd like to call on Anna and David Ives and Pam.
Good morning, everyone. I don't have additional information to provide, but just to summarize the request that was put forward was the 10% increase or raise for jailer base pay and jailer corporal base pay. In addition to that, there is a request to begin an incentive for new hires related to their completion of jail academy and their completion of first year of service for a total of $5,000. And I'll let Major Whitlock and David speak more on that.
This is the same request that we had proposed in court last time. That was deferred, so our stance on it has not changed, and we're here to field any questions that the court may have. Every day that passes for us, it just becomes, the number grows more and more, and you can ask your HR director. We lose more and more people every single day, and we're getting 2, 3, 4 applications a month, so it's not getting better at all.
A couple of questions, David, Pam, if I might. If this pay increase is implemented and it goes into effect immediately, what happens to those jailers who were hired a month ago, 2 months ago? You can't compensate them for work they've already done, so we're just talking about going forward.
Yes. Correct.
It doesn't help that person who signed on a month ago.
Yeah, we don't have the DeLorean. We can't travel back in time to fix that issue. We can only address the issue at the current time that we're facing the issue in.
And then secondly, one of the statements that you made where you were losing people to like juvenile, over juvenile. Have you looked at, and I've looked at their salaries, their starting salary for the juvenile officer and the starting salary for a supervisor, and to be comparable so that you're not getting in bidding wars. If you go here, then they go here, then you go here, then they go here. Have you looked at exactly what percentage it would take to equate a starting jailer salary with a starting juvenile officer? What it would actually take to get you equitable with them?
Are you talking about complete pay parity? And if that's the case, it's around 7% and change. Now, Anna can give you a more direct answer on that.
I had that made you equitable with the starting juvenile officer and actually got you a little bit above on a corporal versus supervisor at seven and a little bit of, like I said, it's a little bit of change. It's very close. And what concerns me is getting into a big war back and forth.
That has always existed. There is a much different environment. I am not in any way downplaying what juvenile does. We house more confirmed gang members than they house total inmates.
I understand, but they also it gets physical over there also.
Sure.
And they have constraints that they're not allowed to.
We do have some.
We do too. I'd like to address the juvenile jailer parity that y'all are talking about.
Well, the only reason I'm talking about because you had mentioned it earlier, you were losing people to them because of the difference in salaries.
Yes, because their job is a lot less stressful than our job. We have booking and we have 1,400 inmates today. They do not have the volume we have, and they don't have the issues that we have when people are coming to jail. We have people who are, murderers, They have murderers, but they have juvenile murderers, we have adults, and we have alcohol, drugs, and when they come in, they're very physical, and we have a lot of issues with the use of force, having to control them. And it's just that our jobs doesn't compare to their job as a jailer would a juvenile detention officer.
I'd like to go back to the initial part of the discussion, had to do with the relativity of the salaries of the two. And Anna, you did some research on that. Can you tell us what you have learned from that?
Yes, sir. So related to the jailer salary, I had mentioned in my overall report for compensation that my market data and this is for like title like positions, was from 2020. I was able to pull information for the jail for 2021. And I'm pulling it up now. And this is from ONET, which is the Occupational Information Network, which is overseen by the Department of Labor. So that's the entity collecting this data. And again, this is 2021 data, so we have a year more recent than the previous information I provided. And it's stating that for Texas, this is a statewide figure. The annual median income for correctional officers and jailers is $41,760. And so we typically take into account a statewide figure and a Dallas Fort Worth area figure, and that median for that region that we typically do include in our market data is $48,000. And we typically take an average of those regions. And so those averaged together would be, I'm getting that calculation now. Sorry, my computer's not cooperating. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna have to do it by hand because it's locked for some reason. That's 44,880 is the average between that region of Dallas Fort Worth area and then Texas as a whole. 44,880.
But you're not really dealing
Our
with,
current base salary is $42,983, and that's just base, and it would not include our step pay that we have available.
to me, when you throw in everybody in the state of Texas, you're talking about a lot of counties that may only have 4 inmates. I prefer apples and apples. If I'm going to see numbers.
Do we know what the juvenile facility in Mart, how much they pay?
They're fixing to get a pay raise.
I read where they recently got one. I don't have any idea.
The state just.
And the state has quit taking any new juvenile.
Yes.
Because
Judge, they received around a 15% raise, and it was not gonna, I think it bumped them to around 40 or 41,000, but I
Yeah,
can
it's
find
still
that
in
letter.
there. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I know we've got to do, we need to do something. We need to do something and move forward to solve the issue at the jail, with the shortage, and I agree. I guess my long-term worry is if we get into a war, I won't say war, a back and forth with juvenile, that board comes back and raises money, raises their pay, starting pay, and then we lose people, so we raise ours. And the thing is, when they raise theirs, that's money coming from us also, correct?
Right.
So it's,
We've never, I don't think we've ever been in any type of war with them over
and I
salaries.
won't use the word.
Yeah, or
you know what I'm
any,
saying.
I mean, their salary has been sort of around ours. We've always had, I think, a higher salary. Is that right, Anna? Before this.
Compared to which entity?
Before this.
Juvenile,
evidently.
before
Correct.
this raise.
Well, evidently, juvenile board raised their salaries last time, and y'all didn't have that opportunity.
Right. Well, it just happened, I think, a month ago or so.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
six-
it hasn't
within
been
the
that
60
long
days.
ago that it happened.
I don't believe they have the STEP program either.
Say what, sir?
So I don't believe they have the STEP program either.
We're not even keeping people to the STEP program.
No,
They're not staying that long.
Yeah.
So
How long do you have to be to get into a STEP program? 1 year?
3 years.
3 years to get to the STEP?
3, 5, and 7, yes, sir.
3, 5, and 7?
And what we're proposing with the incentive is getting an incentive pay after a year to try to help them, to keep them to that 3-year mark.
But you're still not interested in moving that up to 2 years? Try and help. Okay.
The incentive?
No, the step plan.
Oh, the step plan.
Are you talking about adding an additional step at 1 year?
Talking
that
about
3 to 2.
for correctional staff, move it up from 3 to 2.
I'm not.
Because what I'm looking at, I'm trying to, so here's where I'm trying to squeeze everything in. You guys are looking for 10% now, and I understand why you're asking for that. Then we're having to turn around and look at a potential 10% starting on September 1, or excuse me, October 1. So that would put, Anna, what would starting jailer pay would be right at 52,000. Where does that put them then when we look at the statewide averages? Where does that put us with regards to everybody else?
So with that 2021 data, 52,000 would more or less bring us around 75, in the top 75 percentile or so among the state.
And then what would it do to your scale that you use when you come in and present payroll issues to us?
So it would, I don't know exactly what comp ratio that would fall, but it would definitely be higher in market and county comparison. We'd have high ratios in those two benchmarks. But I don't have an exact figure for that.
Okay.
And we are number 7 in population in our jail in the state of Texas. We're ranked number 7 with our population in jails. So that puts us in the top percentile of jails.
So, and I'm committed to staying at the no new revenue rate. So whatever we got to do to get there is what I'm willing to do this year. The bigger concern that I have as well is we're getting a lot of phone calls now from retirees who have every right to call because of inflation. And when I start looking at these numbers, a 10% here and a 10% here, and I don't know, we haven't even discussed yet with the retirees, that's probably going to be an overwhelming majority of the increase in our budget this year. And it doesn't go away. It comes back every year. And so I'm just very cautious and concerned that we're getting out over our skis a little bit. There are some big numbers that are going to be involved regardless. And so I'm struggling to be honest.
When I proposed this, I didn't want it to be a budget item. I wanted it to be a budget neutral item because I'm giving up those 40 slots. And it's not going to add to the budget in the future because, I mean, I wouldn't have known to give up those 40 if I hadn't found out about them.
So why, I don't understand that at all.
Well, I didn't know they were
Because
there.
you hadn't filled the 40, y'all haven't filled the 40 for years.
No.
It's
it
not
hasn't
even
been-
relevant. It's
only
not
been
even
a year,
relevant.
I think.
And besides that, it's not, you don't use that to trade for something else in the budget.
Well, I'm not.
And that's already the taxpayers'
Yeah.
money.
Yeah, it was already being taken out. That's what I'm saying, that we were already, it was already in our budget. And I thought you, giving those 40 up and trying to get a 10% for.
You're giving
the
up something
position.
you couldn't.
I wasn't
use
using,
anyway.
correct. That's why I'm giving it up.
Yeah.
But I think there's a point
Either
there.
way,
We were gonna
I'm giving
take
it up.
The point there, though, is we're charging the taxpayers for that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
we
it
are.
could
It goes
be.
into our rate calculation.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that, to me, that's, you know, that's as unfair as anything, is to charge the taxpayer for something and then not even give them you know, a service for it.
Right, right. And that's why I want to give them back, because
But,
we
you
are
know,
not using them.
if we can be more efficient in our, you know, what would it look like? I mean, would anybody be open to doing 5% before and let them give those positions up? And then, you know, who's to say what we do with the coming, you know, the coming COLA? But that is anybody? I'm just trying to throw something out there to get all pie center here. You know.
Yeah.
5% puts us below juvenile, and then if they receive the COLA, we would still be below juvenile.
Does juvenile automatically get COLA?
Yeah.
They get what we get?
Yeah, they're employees.
They are, it's automatic. Does the juvenile, the governing board have to approve that, or is that through us?
Well, the final approval is with the Commissioners Court.
So juvenile is always given, is always been, so they're at 46, and they're now at 50, is that correct, or 52?
No, they're at 46.
They're at
currently.
46.
46?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
that's their raise, is 46.
Okay, well, if we did 5% this budget year, increase these salaries by 5% this budget year, they would be, for our jailers, they'd be at 45,132.
So we'd still be below juvenile.
So,
Let me throw something
but
out,
not,
maybe.
but not, you know, considerably lower. I mean, I don't. And if you want to maybe throw in the bonuses and stuff like that, so.
Maybe, you know how we do for road and bridge to kind of eliminate the opportunities of truck drivers jumping from precinct to precinct. Perhaps we could set the jailer salary equal to juvenile. And then there's no reason to go to juvenile from the jail. Same reason there's no reason to go from precinct 1 to precinct 2, because the salaries would be the same. I'm just throwing that out there. Because it seems like what you're saying is that you have department hopping.
There's still a reason to go. Anytime you give the new generation of people with the 3 things that they're looking for in the job market, where you sell them, you're going to pay them the same amount of money for a better schedule and an easier job, they're going to jump on it every time.
Well, they're always gonna jump for some reason.
Yeah.
If
I
that's,
agree.
if that's the
I
case.
agree with the commissioner completely. I mean,
But
it's gonna be
There's always gonna be a
it's
reason to
always gonna be
leave.
that, you know, and in the job market we're in today, you know.
It's not confined to this industry.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I will say, Commissioner Miller, that we're not asking for a salary that's 10% more than what juvenile makes. It's $1,280 more a year than what juvenile makes. So it's not some astronomical, you know, we're making 50 and they're making 46 type deal. It's
I guess
very
what I'm
commensurate.
doing.
That'd be 7%.
7% for that. I guess what I'm trying to do is provide a solution that is kind of broad-based and far-reaching, as opposed to just an immediate answer for an immediate problem. If it is that we're losing people to juvenile because of the starting salary, then the first thing to do might be to just level the starting salary across county departments. Is kind of how I was looking at it, but I threw it out there for the rest of the commissioners kind of bounce it around and come up with the best solution.
And I know we keep throwing juvenile in the mix, and how many have been lost to juvenile?
It is not the overwhelming majority of the problem.
I think 3,
Yeah, it's the
just
multifaceted,
recent.
some of the
We
issues.
can't answer to the private market, people who want to
Sure.
leave the private market or people who don't want to work in the jail. But if it is that we
understand.
have people going from one county department to another county department, how can we minimize that?
And that is but part of the issue. The other part of the issue, if Anna wanted to speak on the number of applications that we receive, we're just not getting applications. That's a major issue. So the job market, the community is looking at the job that we need them to do and saying, not for that salary, no thank you. Or we would have people knocking our doors down. I know it's a much different job market than what used to exist in the county, even 4 years ago, but we are not getting the applications. When we go where we used to receive 40, 50, 60 applications a month, and we're receiving 2 or 3, and we can never get ahead of this attrition, this boat anchor, like the commissioner said, those 40 slots, they're the boat anchor that is literally dragging us to the bottom of the ocean. And if we can use that in a more positive way to try to help the employees, retain the employees, get applications and employees on the roll so we don't have all these open slots, it's a more fiscally feasible methodology for us. And of course, we're not in charge of that. That's y'all's decision to make ultimately.
Do you think that'll also help address, we keep saying the 40, but we also have a 52 over here that's in.
It's more than that now.
It's
Yes,
50
ma'am.
It's 58 today.
58?
Yes.
So this strategy that you're putting together, you're hoping, because we know the 40 is over here.
Yeah, we don't-
So
we're not even
we're
counting.
trying to address the 58?
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. Those are the positions that we want to fill.
The positions that we need. In you know, we have Captain Conley and Captain Evans here, and they can talk about their specific needs, how many people they need to make this work, like the minimum amount of people, like absolutely scraping the bottom of the barrel to make it work.
You said 7%, Commissioner Jones?
That's what,
46.
That's for the
46 would be, yes.
Okay.
So what are y'all doing from a management
We
perspective?
have looked at,
Let me finish my question.
oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
What are you doing from a management perspective to garner loyalty and a better morale with the staff other than promising them the Commissioners Court is going to give them some money?
We have, we've looked at changing hours, we've looked at moving people, moving inmates to reduce the number of employees that we have and that we have to have every day to try to cut down on overtime. We've looked at moving feds if it gets to that point, because we're calling in, both jails combined, 15, 18 employees a shift. And so we've looked at a lot of different things to try to alleviate it and trying to change schedules. We don't have enough employees for that. You know, we don't accept any other out-of-county inmates. We're trying to, you know, take care of the ones we currently have. But we have looked at a lot of different things, and Captain Conley and Captain Evans can come up here and talk to you about the different things that they've done for each of their jails, for their employees, and trying to alleviate. And I mean, it's just, I don't know where else to go from here except to try to get them money and try to get this incentive where we can try to get people to apply so we can get people hired. And we're making business cards for our officers to take to restaurants and that we're hiring. It's got the little barcode on it. I mean, we got flyers. We're going to job fairs. We're trying everything we can think of. And if anyone has a suggestion to do anything else, we would do it, just because I went to a birthday party the other day and talked someone into applying. I mean,
How old were they?
it worked.
What, a 6-year-old, was it?
You only have to be 18 now.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Anna, and this may be some stuff you have to get to me later. So it would take our introductory jailer to the 75th percentile. So a jailer that's already hired, where does that leave him or her? What percentile?
They'll be moved, it's for all the positions that we're asking for.
No, I'm talking about somebody you hired, like Commissioner Smith was saying, you hired them 6 months ago.
Yeah.
And so they're cut out of this. So you've got a starting jailer coming in the 75th percentile, and you got a 2-year jailer that's been with you. What percentile does that leave them in?
Are you implying that the two positions would make a different salary?
Well, if you're wanting to bring, if you're wanting to give the new ones a 10%,
It's not the new ones, the requests we're
so
asking.
you're wanting that, so you're not, I understand where you're coming from. So you're wanting, yeah.
It's a-
But I guess, so here's what this is the catchphrase this year. I've heard it twice in the past 2 days, is compression. So the compression that this puts between the corporals and the jailers and then your ranked staff, we're getting several requests from other areas because they're wanting to do things, but then they said, but you have to understand, then that brings compression into place, and then we're going to start talking about what we do. That's the fear.
If you look at our salary schedule, there is an enormous gap between jailer corporal and sergeant, the rank of sergeant within our department. And really, it brings it into a more normalized salary structure. Now, of course, that's in my mind. I don't make these decisions, of course. But that gap from jailer corporal to sergeant is enormous in comparison to the gap between jailer and jailer corporal.
So when you're saying compression, the money getting closer together in the ranks?
Exactly. And so Anna, that's something we'll talk about a little later, but I want to know so you've got your jailers in the 75th percentile, and if you've got management in the 55th percentile, that becomes an issue at some point in time.
If I could, I would like to address the judge's question that he had, probably more topically, when he says to deal with the issue of morale. Well, the problem that we have with morale is it is getting hard for us to invest in our employees through training, through promotion, through whatever the mechanism may be that we can invest in our employees, especially training. When you're 58 people down and we can't afford to let people off, we can barely meet a minimum standard. So Rich and Chris have been doing everything they can to try and invest in these employees as far as getting them to do online training modules, because the more we can invest in these employees, the more the employee will want to make this a career and just not make it a day job where they're moving on to the next thing the next time they get 25 additional cents per hour. But we're having a hard time making that investment, because anytime we're going to send someone to training, typically to try and invest in that employee, invest in their development, their career, and their longevity with the county, we have to have people, and we cannot have those people if we do not have an attractive enough starting salary to where we're getting 3 or 4 applications a month. So that's why I say it's more than just a raise. It's not just juvenile. It is everything that we're losing them to. We're losing tenured employees. We're losing non-tenured employees. We're not even making it to our step. We're losing them to places where they're deciding that they'll take a pay cut because it's just not worth working 12-hour shifts on night, 120-hour time cards. They'll take a $3,000 a year pay cut to be able to work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. So there has to be an amount of money that makes it worth getting assaulted, getting feces thrown on you, getting urine thrown on you, and $3,000 is not the gap.
I want to ask you a question. Is this an industry issue, or is this just localized to us?
So I can only, Commissioner, I'm passionate about the industry in general, but especially the community that I serve.
But the question is this an industry issue, or is this localized?
I think that it is an
industry.
industry-wide issue. Because I can tell you from,
I'm getting emails constantly from other agencies where they're doing pay raises and bonuses, and from other counties, from cities, from all police agencies in Texas, basically.
And I respect what you're saying, I just wanted to get an understanding.
And I think that it is an industry-wide issue as far as saying it has always been an afterthought for most counties to take care of that, or a hard thing for the county to address, because it's a large part of most county staff is your detention services, if you provide large detention services. And so it's always an arduous task to try and undertake to make that salary competitive, not competitive, but to make it to where someone will want to engage in those duties for that amount of money. And it's not just a juvenile for more money. Losing people to less paying jobs because they're like, it's just not worth it. Those duties, those hours, those things that we can't control. We can't control that environment as far as from working on both sides of the spectrum, from enforcement and corrections, because I've done both jobs. I've worked the wing and I've worked patrol. And I can tell you that on patrol, we're just babysitting those guys. Like, we're babysitting them until we get them to the jail. Then the jail, they got to live with them every day in and day out. Some good, some bad, some horrible. It's a very different environment. It's a very hostile environment.
You brought up a good point, and I guess it's a question. Have you guys looked, so the departments the jails that you guys would like to be in line with, what does their turnover rate look like?
I've not looked at that, have you? You may have that.
I bet he has.
So the answer to that is possibly. If you get, well, if you want to come
Have y'all
back to
looked
that,
at
I
how
can find it if you'll give me just a moment.
how TDCJ, how they implemented their 15% pay raise?
They're not, all they're doing is showing us salaries. They're not, some of it, I think it's 15%, and then they have so many years.
Well,
of
there's
service or
yeah,
something.
there's
I looked at that.
They've
That's what the bump was, from 36 to 41.
and they're also and we look, they're advertising 45 also too right now. So who knows?
And that's probably depending on the position.
Their salary depends on the facility that they're
This
at.
is
too.
TDCJ, what I'm looking at right
Yeah.
now, and so they have a correctional officer who's going from with 0 to 2 months of service, and then these are in maximum security units, just as bad or worse than ours. They're going from 41,674 to 42,942. I really like this idea where the more the people that have been there, the more we
Compensate.
That was the reason for the step.
That's why we got the step.
But in addition to, I'm just.
Yeah. And, when the STEP program was pitched, the chief said, we won't be back to, this'll be what fixes our, intent to show people that this is a place to build a career and those kind of things. Of course, I know these are unusual times.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it's fine.
I gotta say, the elephant in the room is the change in management out there. And if, we've actually had Anna to look at these numbers. A lot of turnover happened, when your 4 folks retired at the same time. And then there was, I've been through 4 mergers and acquisitions, so I understand change in management. And it's never easy, and especially if there's a culture change and those things that goes along with it.
Right.
But, I think it's really on you and your other very able-bodied folks in the departments in the different jails to really get around their employees and create some loyalty there. I mean, money's, I know that's a big part of it.
And we have.
If you don't fix that other piece of it, because I know what the exit interviews say. And there's some issues that need to be addressed, and I hope they've already been addressed and that there's a resolution to it, because throwing money at it's not gonna stop that. You know, if they don't like working there, they're gonna go somewhere else if we bump it, the full amount y'all are asking for.
And I'd like to address that. Yes, there was some in the beginning, there were a lot of the people who were moved on to other police agencies, that was already in the works when we took over. So there was, I don't know, 8 or 10 people that were already leaving when we took over, going to other, because they did a big push with all these PDs. And, you know, then in the beginning, we had people leaving because we took over, and now the morale and the atmosphere is a whole new atmosphere, and they know what we're doing, and they know what we expect, and they know they're all good. It's becoming a great place to work at, and everybody, as far as I know, that I've talked to and that I've seen, and all the work that's being put out is happy with what's going on.
Good, I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, so everything in the beginning is over, and so we've moved forward.
I think because this could affect the discussion on COLA and how COLA is applied to each individual areas. Today, we will be talking more about the big picture, where we're gonna end up budget-wise, and because this is such a big, impactful number, I would suggest that we hold this discussion, this particular item, and start talking in the context of finalizing the budget. Because, you know, a significant COLA could change a lot of things and for the whole county. Different applications of COLA in different areas might be considered as well, that it's not straight across the board. Additionally, what cash do we have that we could utilize that doesn't affect our unassigned fund balance, which is, we have to maintain it at 33%. And so we're gonna be using up cash that we've built up over the last several years, I think, a lot because of good, efficient management by the big departments especially, and those things. But don't know the thoughts of the other rest of the group, but we're still in session all day today. And that we kind of take a little break from this discussion and put it in the context of finalizing where we'll be and what money we have.
And I'd like to see a total, because I know we've got other departments that are requesting pay increases for the very same reasons. And so I'd like to see the totality of that. What does it look like? And then how much of this budget is gonna be the increase in this budget is gonna be strictly related to payroll. And so I think we need, I'm not saying that I'm for or against. What I'm saying is before we wade off into this, we better make sure we understand the implications it has, not on just this year's budget, but next year's budget, because we've got some serious, some issues there that we, you know, the retirees, that's gonna cost. But
Yeah.
listen, they gotta be considered just like anybody else does. And so at what level are we gonna be comfortable with there? I just need to see a final number pretty soon. Like hopefully in the next few days, because they need an answer.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly, they need an answer.
And what was the number, 40 or 50 you're needing to fill?
58.
Okay, 60, okay, 60. So I guess the number I'd like to see is, and this is not gonna happen, but if you tomorrow filled all 60 positions, what would that cost at I think I've heard 5%, I haven't heard anything about 6, but I've heard 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. What would that cost us on this year's budget? And then obviously going forward?
Yes, and we have done some
Could
scenarios.
you give us those numbers?
Sure.
I'm not talking about right now, but get them to us, just, I mean, we've talked in generalities here about percentages and numbers that we need to be filled, and in reality, it's not gonna happen overnight, but we need to know what the impact is on this year's, like
What does
I said,
that
this
bottom
year.
line look like?
Yeah, budget, if we went 10%, if we went 9%, if we went 7%, 5%, what would that look like on the budget?
Yes.
For this year at our,
Yes.
our,
And that's, you know, when we keep coming back to that big picture, those are those pieces below the line, you know,
Right.
that we keep chipping away at. But But we can definitely look at different scenarios, different percentages, and show you what those look like.
Can I say one more thing
Sure.
about the morale? We have a lot of people that contact us, and we've hired some that used to work for us and want to come back. And then we have some that worked in the courthouse that wanted to come back that we've moved back over to the jail side. So, just to let you know, the morale is really good right now.
Good, and,
I
hopefully
got
that,
2 calls yesterday
Good.
from
Good.
people that didn't work here, that used to work here.
We just need to address that having to work 120 hours.
Yes.
Like that is, we are having people that are literally, I don't even know if this is the venue, having mental breakdowns over it, from having to work and not having any time with their family. We can't even give them the benefits we promised them, which is every other weekend off. We cannot provide that benefit to them ever. When you've got 15 people that are having to fill 1 week's worth of slots, 36 slots, 15 people from one shift filling 36 slots. We need some help. And I would not be sitting here banging on y'all's door if we didn't have a legitimate problem and need some legitimate help. And whether it's the 40 slots or take 10 more, it doesn't matter. They're a boat anchor. They're empty. They're useless. We're not getting the apps. We cannot fill them currently.
I want to ask another question just for me. So those 15 slots that you're having to fill, those are not people that have called in. Those are vacancies that are creating
No, those are
absences?
people, we do have certain number that we have to fill every day, but like people who call in sick, we have hospital, we have FMLA, we have military, we have vacation,
Yep.
a couple of people on vacation, you try to give people some vacation.
How many people are you calling in per shift? And this is just really rough.
has some
Because
reports.
you have those vacancies. So how many?
Sure, in relation to staffing in general. So ultimately, that is a super hard thing to answer.
Yeah.
When you're down 60 employees, almost everything is staffing at that point, because we have enough staff to send people to the hospital if we had the people in the slots, but we don't. So we have a hierarchy list of overtime categories. There's approximately 22 of them. They range from FML, sick, vacation time, whatever it may be, hospital, training, SRT, emergency circumstances, all kinds of different things, right, Commissioner? At the very bottom, the catch-all of those overtime reasonings is staffing. It's always the last thing that we use because it's not directly going to the hospital, but it is ultimately responsible for all of it. Yes.
Okay.
And I'll say this too real quickly. I appreciate you getting creative, reaching out to people. Because guys, we could approve this today, and that's why I want to look at what the turnover rate is.
So-
And how many vacancies that these other agencies have, because it's not going to change overnight.
No.
You guys are going to have to, God bless y'all, but you're going to have to dig in and fight through this.
And I found the document, Commissioner, to answer your question, not in a blow-off manner, but the data that I have from the last time I did it was from 2019. I don't know how germane that's going to be to the topic and conversation that we're in
Anna,
right
do you
now.
have any of that that's more current?
I'm sorry, what data was requested?
I'm just curious, we think this is statewide.
The Texas,
No, we know it's statewide. So are we experiencing the same percentages that the agencies are, where do we stand, I guess, in this? We know it's desperate here, but where do we stand? That's kind of what I'm.
When I pulled data related to jail population, I did see reports on turnover, but that's something that'll just take some time for me to compile, but I can do that this afternoon for you so
Hey,
you
do
can
that,
see that
something we can
picture
look at
across.
later.
I know, what I'd like to hone in on in particular, because we're sitting at number 7, I don't see us being comparable to, like I said, somebody in West Texas has 6 prisoners. I'd like to see the top 15. That puts us, because we're right in the middle. I'd like to see the ones above us, the ones below us, what the average is as far as salaries on those 15, the average, and the turnover rate. It seemed like to me that would be more apples and apples than throwing in the whole state. Now,
Yes, sir.
they
I
may
can
average
isolate
out
that.
way, but I don't see it. 254 counties with jails, maybe not all of them, but I'd like to see us compared to people who we actually have to go up against.
Yes, sir. I can isolate that, and I'd like to actually make a correction from the salary data I was referencing. I mentioned 75% tile when the $52,000 figure was thrown out. And it's actually, I've had a chance to get my Excel sheet to work. And so it's actually at the 90, that 52,000 for a base salary would be at the 90th percentile. So I just wanted to make that correction. And then yes, I can try to isolate those larger top 15 counties if I can calculate that.
But if they're all in compliance with the jailer inmate ratio, then it ought to be about, even if they're, in the middle part or whatever, us being we're the top 7 jails, but our staffing is probably, relative to our inmates, is probably pretty much the same across the board.
And I assume that you're ranking when you say, and I should have mentioned that, I would like that based on jail population. I assume that's what you're using, isn't it, Anna? Jail population, top 15?
That's what I understood, sir. Yes, I was going to base it off the inmate population.
That's what I would be interested in.
So Judge, if I could comment on what you said as far as the ratio of it. Regardless of ratio, dollar for dollar, not including any federal revenue that we receive, when you look at the comparison counties that HR compares us to overall, counties like Bell, Brazos, Galveston, Hayes, Jefferson, and Webb, we do more for our taxpayers with their tax dollars than what any one of those other county jails is currently doing. We are doing it cheaper, we are doing it at a lower day rate, we are doing it with less, and we have always done it that way. So we have compiled their budgets at great cost of time to see what their jail budgets are compared to our jail budgets, to come up with just a very basic, dirty day rate of what that actually consists of, apples to apples, between, like Commissioner Smith is saying, between us and them, what it costs to house an inmate based on their average population. And we are coming in lower than every single one of those by 15% or more on what we're able to produce for our taxpayer for every tax dollar that we give.
I want you to I want you to understand, I fully get that you all are doing a superb job in our jails. I also know you have an extremely difficult task. I'm trying to see what decision do we need to make to truly affect those 58 vacant slots. So I don't want you to think that any of that is weighing into the dilemma on how do we best give you what you need so that you can fill those 58 slots. That's pretty much where I am, because I know you're doing a superb job in the jail and that you have an extremely difficult task.
We just need some help, not for us, for the employees, right? You're not helping us, you are in a way. You're helping those employees. They're the ones who need the help. They're tired of working 100
You did understand I said, how do we fix the 58 vacant jobs?
Yes, that's what we need. We need to help those base employees, is what we're looking for. Yes, ma'am, and we appreciate that. We really do.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll continue to hold this matter. But we're not deferring, we're holding, which means we'll be discussing today and tomorrow.
And Commissioner Perry, that information is available, 2022 turnover data on the Jail Commission website.
Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Judge, while we have David, do we want to go to the comparable tenure item?
Hang on.
Or do we want to hold it for later?
No, we can do it right now.
All right, it is M3, authorization of amendment to the McLennan County Employee Policy Guide, section 7.05, Sheriff's Office Structured Step Pay Plan, subsection F, comparable tenure. I'd like to call on David and Anna.
All right, give me 1 second, I'm sorry.
I can give a quick summary, David.
Yeah, if
That's
you would,
okay.
I'm bringing it up real quick.
Sure. So this request is to update and change policy section 7.05 related to comparable tenure for our licensed base jailer and base deputy positions. So currently, as the policy reads, its purpose is to allow an incoming employee that will fill a deputy or jailer position to have comparable tenure, that means have experience outside of the county earned at an external agency that's reportable on the TQual report, have that apply to our step pay so that they can be allotted a higher step amount based on external experience. That policy states that approval process must go before Commissioner's Court. Commissioner's Court must consider each individual case and approve each case. What's proposed here with this policy change is changing that process so that it just goes through a higher approval process through a status form that's signed, initiated by the hiring department, the sheriff's office and jail, goes through human resources and then the auditor's office, who would confirm the tenure through this TQual experience report or service time report. So it's removing a step, coming to Commissioner's Court for approval. And the purpose behind that, as reported by the department, is to be able to more confidently advertise the ability to earn step pay with external experience.
And we have people agencies taking our people all the time. And the sheriff's office has to have greater flexibility to do the same. I mean, to obtain experienced officers from other agencies. This does have restrictions in it. They can't, even if somebody's had 20 years and they're a captain over patrol, if they come in, they're still not going to make more than the top deputy salary. They won't get into rank. And so there are restrictions that protect it. There's also the ability of the Commissioner's Court to change it back to the way it reads now if there's any abuse of it. But I don't think there will be. It's just an ability to allow more flexibility, because right now we're having to go out and say, okay, I think I can get you this, but I've got to go through Commissioner's Court. That may take a couple of weeks. That during that couple of weeks, they're already gone. That people are in such high demand.
Is this going to be for the law enforcement and the correctional side?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And this is only for the proletariat. We're not talking about, like Mike is telling you. And we had kicked this around with the court in the form of jailers only, and setting up like an initial budget for it. We were talking about like maybe 10 people enforcement side, 10 people jailer side, like budgetarily thinking about how many we would actually be able to utilize this for over the period of a fiscal year. It's a very minimal impact. It already exists within the policy in a form that is virtually unusable to us. We cannot advertise that salary because we cannot tell anyone anything except on approval of court for each individual person and circumstance. But for these people, if we're trying to get people, especially folks that are hitting the ground running for whether it's the base patrol slots or the base jailer slots, it has a value to us to hire a jailer who already has received their jailer's license, because that is an amount of training, that base training, that we don't have to provide to them, so we get more immediate service from them. So it is worth additional money. There's a value we could certainly assign to it. And in this system, and the way that we do that, part of our hiring process is we have to look up the F5R for every one of these officers if they work for another department. This is an independent regulatory agency. It's not like anyone's taking our word for it or we're taking anyone's word for it. This is directly off the TQual website. We're essentially printing out their condensed PSRs, which we've shown HR a copy of mine, just so they can understand what that looks like and what information is on there, and that it comes from an independent regulatory agency. So there's no fudging that can occur there on that.
Have you guys seen interest in this other than the issues you face with the policy? Do you see this occasionally, often?
It is in the market that we're currently in. The way the policy read, we see it not ultra often, but just giving the flexibility to where if there's a guy that works for another agency, like I was saying, Commissioner, it's probably 10 times a year per type of position slot, that we could get someone that would save us time, save us money, be able to hit the ground running for us, give us that experience that we don't have from someone who's green or brand new, excuse me, doesn't have any experience in the field. And that certainly has a value to us.
And then Anna, I guess the only thing, my question to you is, you're a part of this process, correct?
Correct. We would want to see this report that David just referenced. I have seen an example of it, and so we could use that to confirm the step pay level with the assistance of the auditor's office. One point that we would want to work out with the auditor's office is ensuring that the ongoing effective date being a higher date only for the initial year of step, and then moving forward, it gets lumped in with all other effective step pay moves, which is October 1st or the start of the fiscal year. So, but that's just some administrative coordination that we'd reach out to the auditor's office for.
Something that I would not have an issue with and would, outside of budget considerations, is Anna having the authority from the court, if everything lines up with the policy, put it on the agenda for recording purposes the next time, but if she sees red flags, she can notify us, but if she doesn't see any red flags and they don't see any red flags, I hate seeing this thing get caught up in typical government waiting for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, so I see value in this. We just probably want to make sure you guys and Anna are on the same page.
Well, and Commissioner, I think if you had HR look at when this policy was originally written, when the step pay policy came into place, I would ask how many times has this been utilized? I'm pretty sure the answer is 0. It's just not, it's not feasible. It doesn't help us in any way in its current format.
Well, that's why I'm offering
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, we're with it.
Yeah.
We're with you 100%.
So really, the only thing you're changing, I mean, the tenure part's always been there. It's just the approval process, cutting through some red tape. To try to actually utilize this as a recruitment tool.
Right, we can't advertise a salary, we can't guarantee an employee.
Are we allowed to do this by law, or, I mean, is that?
Hello, Mike.
Sure, internal policy.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
this is simply a tenure question. Yeah, we're allowed to bring across somebody a lateral move into a similar position. But, you know, like I said before, even if somebody, let's say they were at a smaller agency, but they had great experience in patrol and were ranked, they wouldn't come over ranked here. They would still just be probably at the top of the patrol salary.
Right.
Their tenure just matches our tenure salary.
For the base position, yeah.
Base position, sure.
This is only for.
And y'all have access to PSRs?
Yes, we fill out our own.
That's not a privacy deal with TICO?
Oh, yeah, personal service records, yes, absolutely. We access that through the declaration.
You can access that without any problem, okay.
We can provide, if HR wanted, we can provide a condensed version. We can't provide the whole thing because it has.
Well, but
we've worked that out with Anna already.
Well, TICO gives you just years of service. Yeah.
They do on that condensed version.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Yeah.
Other questions?
I don't see a problem, yeah.
Other questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dustin, we have about 15 more minutes.
All right, maybe we can knock out the FY22 budget amendments. So we can go to item F1 regarding the FY22 budget. Francis?
So for, like Dustin said, for FY22 budget amendments, starting with F1A. F1A1 is for the sheriff's office. This is for the forfeiture fund. So the budget's being brought to you for a reclass of budget between the furniture and equipment line and other services and charges. F1A2 is in the general fund, and this is for the sheriff's office. This is a request to increase motor vehicle operating in both the SO department as well as the jail, and then to increase supplies in the Jack Harwell Detention Center. The funds are all coming from the full-time employees line items within each of those departments due to vacancies. F1B. This is in Fund 420, which is our zoo bond fund. This fund exists as it is the bond proceeds plus any interest earned since the issuance of those bonds. When the projects were first brought to you, there were estimates, and then any additional funds that were sitting there were just put as unallocated. So as they have change orders, we've been bringing these to you to actually move those into each project. So these do not exceed, of course, the bond proceeds that were originally issued. So this is moving $19,497 into the line item for the Hoofstock barn. F1C, this is Fund 421. This is our permanent improvement fund related to our 2021 bond issuance. This is increasing the line item for property purchases for the purchase of properties at 415 Columbus and 1211 Washington. F1D, this is general fund for 414th District Court, requesting to move within their department, increasing professional services for court reporter, substitute court reporter services. F1E, this is general fund capital outlay. 414th District Court, along with the IT department, is requesting to increase capital outlay by $14,974 for an upgrade to their court system, their audio video system. They are requesting this to come from the contingencies line in the general fund. F1F, we need to defer today. F1G, this is general fund countywide department. We are needing to increase the line item for autopsies. The request is coming from contingencies in general fund. So you'll see they're increasing the line item by $75,000. This is a line item that, of course, we've seen increases over the last couple of years. The increase in cost, we have accommodated this increase as in the 2023 budget as well, anticipating the same needs next year. F1H, this is general fund, Commissioner's Court Department. We are needing to increase the line item where the sign language interpretation is charged. And so this should get us through the end of the fiscal year. F1I, this is general fund Constable Precinct 4. There was a request brought to you in June to purchase new furniture for the Constable 4 facility. There was a restructure of the office space. So maintenance of buildings had restructured the office space and then put together an estimate of what it would cost to furnish that new space. That cost has increased. So you'll see there $8,761 is the increased cost from the first estimation of those furnishings.
Judge, can we ask questions
Sure.
individually, or do you want to wait till the end to do that?
No, go right ahead.
Okay. Why, we're talking about almost 45% of the original cost estimate increase. Why don't we have firm quotes or bids that are good for X number of days and then hold people's feet to the fire on that? Why is it that we get these quotes and then find out later that there's additional money involved? I don't understand. That's not, to me, that's not much of a quote if they could just get increase it 45% of the original cost.
TJ, are you on?
Yes, Commissioner, I can answer that. So when the preliminary budget was first put together, that was just a best guess that did not have anything to do with an actual quote from a vendor itself. We just sat down, put together what we thought would be the best furniture package for the constable's office and put it to the court as a preliminary budget. So this is actually the finalized quote from the vendor itself coming back to court with those changes. So obviously there were some additional items that the constable felt he needed to outfit those offices that we did not have put inside that preliminary.
So the preliminary figure that you put together, the constable hadn't signed off on it and told you what he needed?
No, those were straight preliminary stuff, best guess, desk, chairs. Then when the constable met with the furniture dealer, he had a full outfit, the desk, chairs, stands, bookshelves, I mean, his total package. So this, of course, is his dream office area that he's putting together here.
It may be hard to get a 45-day standing quote on much right now.
If people want to sell to you, I just, if we get quote or bid, I think we need to hold people's feet to it. And if they're willing to bid it, then they'll be willing to furnish it at that cost. But I understand where you're coming from, TJ. But it just seems like we have on more than one occasion, and sometimes quite often, end up having to amend a quote or something because they didn't add shipping or something like that. Well, to me, that's their fault, not ours. And we shouldn't have to pay the price for it. So in my mind, when a quote comes in, I like to see it firm and for X number of days. And if they can't do it, then don't bid. Don't give us a quote. That's just my opinion.
I agree completely.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, good. F1J is General Fund Engineering Department. They're requesting to move within their department into motor vehicle operating for increased fuel cost. F1K, this is General Fund Justice of the Peace Precinct 4, just requesting to move a little within their department into other services and charges for their copier lease. F1L, this is a budget amendment, just needed to clean up some line items. The district clerk had purchased a large scanner. In the end, the cost ended up being in excess of $5,000. And so the money was budgeted within furniture and equipment lines in both the general fund and a special revenue fund, the records management fund for the district clerk. So what we're doing is reclassing those budgets into the capital outlay lines to accommodate that.
Because it was over 5,000.
Yes, and we keep those separate.
Right.
We depreciate anything over 5,000.
Okay.
F1M1. This is a certification of revenue and related budget amendment. On the last agenda, we certified auction proceeds for equipment that was being used by maintenance of buildings. They wanted to use the funds to purchase a skid steer. The cost of that was more than they had anticipated, and so we did not certify the total proceeds the first time. So we're certifying the additional auction proceeds of $3,644, and then increasing that capital outlay line by that same amount to accommodate that purchase. And then we need to defer F1M2. And then F1N, this is General Fund Road and Bridge Precinct 3, requesting to move within their department into motor vehicle operating and other services and charges for costs for the remainder of the year. So I think we need to defer F1F and F1M2.
All right, as mentioned, those two deferrals, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. And Commissioner Smith, did you want to pull F1I to vote on it separately? That was the increase in.
No. Go ahead and include it. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So in consideration of approval of F1A through F1N with the other deletions already noted, is there a motion to approve those?
Wasn't that what I I think I made that motion. Did I make that motion?
To approve them all?
Yes, with the exception of the two that were deferred.
Okay.
That would be my motion if that's all right.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. You have another quick one?
Yes, sir, Judge. If we could go to K3 regarding the Bureau of Justice Assistance Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant. This is the JAG grant, authorization of interlocal agreement with City of Waco and related documents. I'd like to call on Brandy and David.
This is the standard JAG grant that we do every year. We are a sub to the City of Waco. The total amount that we're getting is $28,676 is our sub portion of that, and we're going to continue our mission of filling our watch guard replacement system and taser replacement for units that are no longer serviceable. We would ask that the court would approve this.
So what do you have to say?
She just does all the work, Judge.
Okay.
I sit here and say two sentences,
Get out of
but
the
6
office
months
for an
worth of
hour or
work she
two.
does.
I just want to be sure she gets credit.
Oh, I'm good.
100%.
What you're saying, that triggers a lot of work on Brandy's part.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
In the reporting, in the monthly, the quarterly reporting, there's a lot more that goes into the reports that goes into the budget.
All right, thank you. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all. All right, Dustin, got a couple more?
Well, we'll hold F2A just quickly on the library under F2B, Waco McLennan County Library, discussion and/or action regarding funding allocation. Just as a reminder, the library folks made a couple presentations to the court, and they're proposing a change from the current 1/6 of the budget that the county pays to a more circulation-based number, and stepping that in over a 3-year period. So I didn't know if the court had any alternatives, or is there anything we'd like to follow up with the city on or propose something different. And
There's some consideration.
After looking at this and digging into this, I would be, I'm okay with this year's requested increase, but I choose not to enter into the agreement for the following years. So what I'm saying is the requested, what is it, 1.1 this year?
1.177898.60.
I'm willing to go there, but I'm not willing to enter into the agreement.
To a long term, so,
Right.
well, if this motion is seconded and it passes, then the agreement would be drawn up as a 1-year agreement.
I second it, and
I'll
make
make-
sure you get a,
I'll make a motion that we approve the request for the $1,177,898.60 for the 2023 fiscal year only.
Okay,
second.
all right, I have a motion second, yes,
And I think,
Francis?
and I think stating that it is the 20%. So I know their budget's not finalized as of yet. So just to note that 20%, whatever 20% ends up being.
But I'm making a
'Cause this is
motion on
based
just
on-
that figure.
And
Okay,
no
this is-
more, no more than that.
Yes.
It could be less.
It could be less,
This is
but
based
no
on
more.
2022 numbers. I think that they were throwing out these scenarios.
So what would be a safer motion?
Yeah, you state your,
Maximum.
state your maximum
Let me
amount.
restate my
Okay.
motion. The motion would be to contribute a maximum of 1.177898.60 for this fiscal for 23, and that year only.
That would be
At
the
a maximum, and so it would be adjusted down if the
If it comes in less,
city.
we'll certainly take it.
Okay, all right, is that, you good with the second on that?
I am.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Okay,
Judge, we have a few interlocals we could probably get through quickly, or if y'all are ready to break.
let's do a couple of interlocals, because I think we're gonna be stacked up.
Okay. Under item H, contracts and interlocals, H1 is authorization of letter of agreement with McLennan Community College Continuing Education Department for Heart Saver CPR AED first aid training. Anna?
Thank you, Dustin. I'm requesting Commissioners Court approval to move forward with the CPR first aid AED training for our county employees. We have a letter of agreement with McLennan Community College. They are able to offer this training and deliver it using the emergency management facility. The cost, which could total up to $15,000 depending on the number of participants. We get interested from departments. And this cost, we're expecting this to be picked up by our United Healthcare Administrative Service Agreement that has a discretionary fund built into it. They've already confirmed that this would be an eligible expense for that. So it's really just turning over this invoice over to United Healthcare to use that discretionary fund to take care of that. And we're hoping to move forward with this training sometime in August and offer that participation for all our offices.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those pass.
H2, authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with Burnett County Housing and Care of Inmates. This is an interlocal cooperation agreement with Burnett County. This would house our inmates at their facility at a per diem rate of $75 per day.
Any questions? No questions. What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H3 and H4 are both Precinct 3, Commissioner Jones. I'll read them both in if that's okay. H3 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with the city of Golson for ditch work and culvert installation on Hamilton Drive. And H4 is an interlocal agreement with West Independent School District for road work. Commissioner Jones?
So yes, just standard interlocal agreements with the city of Golson for work on Hamilton Drive and a drainage culvert and just some small projects. And then so West, for the new West Elementary, we're helping them with a road that's not in the city of West. It's actually outside of the city of West. And so we're gonna chip seal that emergency access road to the new elementary school. So make a motion to approve these H3, H4.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item I, capital improvement, I1s regarding the Mart Water Project street repair, agreement with City of Mart, authorization of third and final payment request. I know that street work is still ongoing, so I think the recommendation is to keep deferred.
I make a motion, we defer.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, moving on to item K, K1's U.S. Department of Treasury, the ARPA discussion. We don't have anything right now. I believe Tom Ray is going to try to come present tomorrow, give an update on the arsenic items. Under K1A, discussion and action on ARPA funding request and or related agreements. K1A1 is Central Texas Industrial Training Center. Judge recommend this be deferred again.
Yes, I make a motion, we defer because there's still details being worked out on that.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
K1B regarding the professional consulting contract with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham Incorporated, authorization of professional service invoice number 7. And this invoice totals $9,133.90, and these are related to the ARPA funds.
All right, any questions on that? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
K2s regarding the bipartisan infrastructure law. Just a quick update. Ken, Francis, and I met with representatives from TLC Engineering, the firm that had responded to our grant RFQ. Had a really good meeting with them, and we're just waiting on them to provide some additional info to bring back to court. But no actions needed today.
Okay. All right, no action needed, so, under K3,
K3 is the one we did with the SO. So K4 is regarding the Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Grant, agreement with Lockwood Andrews and Newman. This is professional service invoice number 7 on this one. Totals $2,932.50, and this is related to the Water Smart Grant we have with the Bureau of Reclamation.
okay, just to give you an update, it's funny how nobody really pays attention to water issues until it gets dry. And so now's the best time to get information gathered and, try to move our following program forward. So I'll make a motion, we approve this.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, keep going, Judge.
Well, I think this is a good place to recess, and so, before we recess, I would like Francis to, go over this, sheet that has to do with, scheduling, time, just to remind everybody where we are in the budgeting process.
Correct. So, we had scheduled today after lunch, somewhere around maybe 2 o'clock, we'll have 6 of our outside entities coming in to give presentations and speak to you on their requests for next year. So I know we still have some agenda items to finish up, but before then, we can, kind of look at broad picture again. But then we'll just continue to go in after that, for the rest of the week. Just looking at where we are, checking off our items, looking back at personnel. So but that's for today specifically, we have those 6 nonprofits, scheduled to come in and speak.
Okay, all right. Well, it is 11:37. We'll reconvene at 1:30.
Recording stopped.
So I gotta get my credit here from Coca-Cola, so maybe I'll get free drinks. Let me turn that around to the camera. There we go.
Recording in progress.
Okay, it's 1:30. Let's call court back into session. Dustin, I think we've got to clean up the rest of the items that are on the agenda.
Yes, sir. So if we could start back under item M. M2 is selection designation of public members of the Salary Grievance Committee regarding the FY23 budget. And I believe we will need to draw additional names.
All right.
9 more.
How many total do we have?
Can we fill up?
We currently have 7 members who've agreed to serve on the committee.
And how many do we have?
Usually should be about 9 or 10.
9 or 10? Okay.
So we're ready? I know everybody's excited. Cole Schrader. Robert Stratton. Let's see. Stephen Job. Jacqueline Thompson Neal. Alan Barnett. How many more? 2?
Actually, 4 more.
4 more. Timothy Brown. Kathy Summers. Gail Anderson. 1 more. Let's just pick this guy there. Where he was. Roxanne Parks. I am available for anybody that needs a bingo caller.
And I did just want to point out, this gets harder and harder each year to find committee members. And as Reagan has learned through some of her conferences, there is an alternative where it's 6 elected officials that are prescribed in the code and 3 public members. So that may be something we want to consider looking at in the future.
So it could be like, those would be elected officials and then.
And I think it actually states, Judge, sorry, it's the county judge would be the chair and you would not have a vote. It's then the sheriff, tax assessor, collector, treasurer, county clerk, district clerk, and our district attorney, and then 3 members of the public.
I hereby volunteer all of them.
Second.
Well, it'd be interesting if nothing else comes out of it, to get all that group in the same room. Okay.
All right, moving on to item N, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project. N1 is authorization of professional services invoice of CP&Y ADA study report for the month of June. This invoice totaled $716.50.
Okay, any questions? All right.
Motion to approve the invoice.
Second.
Motion been made. Second, any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item O, McLennan County Venue Project. O2 is regarding the Area B demolition project, professional civil engineering services proposal with Walker Partners. And these are services through the month of May. As the court remembers, we approved a lump sum fee for the scope of services of $24,000. This is an invoice totaling $1,900 for their services through the month of May.
Okay, any other questions?
I do have a question. There are some lights on the front of Paul Tyson. Is on the Lake Air side? You know, does anybody talk to the fair?
No, I don't know who
And they're-
controls that, but they're fixing to unplug everything and tear it down.
They're on all the time.
Okay. All right. Ken, can you check on that or?
Yes, sir. I will do that.
Thank you. All right.
Can I ask a question, Judge, on that? I just wanted to make sure it's clear. So for Paul Tyson, from the onset of this project, we have, y'all directed us to use ARPA funding for that, out of the lost revenue portion.
Lost
And I
revenue.
just want to make sure that all these pieces, that's still the
I'm
consensus.
good with it.
Okay. And as you approve them, when we bring the ARPA budget amendments to you, they'll be included there, so you're seeing what's in it.
Right.
Just making sure that we're on the same page.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion yet?
No, sir.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
03 is discussion and/or action regarding quotes for asbestos abatement at Paul Tyson Field. Ken?
Yes, and I'll just share, Francis and I talked about this, and again, because it's ARPA funding, we wanted to go out and try to, not try, but do this kind of in under the ARPA funding type of situation. This is well under $50,000, so we used a quoting system to do this. We received quotes from AAR Inc., Cisc Rob Inc., Building Abatement Demolition Company Inc., and then Arc Abatement Inc., Waco. Cisc Rob submitted the lowest quote to do this asbestos abatement at Paul Tyson in the amount of $29,100. We recommend that we award a contract to Cisc Rob in that amount for the asbestos abatement at Paul Tyson Field.
Okay, any questions? I have one. Have they done any work for us in the past?
I don't know. TJ, I know TJ's used them in other places. I just don't know if we've done anything with us.
Judge, no, Cisc Rob hadn't done anything for us here at the county, but they have done numerous projects throughout the city of Waco and of course down at Baylor University. So they are probably number 2 on our list as the most qualified and capable.
Okay, just wanted to be sure someone knew who they were. All right, any other questions? All right, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
And Judge, that should be all the action items with the exception of the jailer item back at E3B2 whenever y'all want to discuss it again.
Okay. I think that we wanted to kind of get into the more budget discussion first so we can kind of see what we have available to be able to react to some of these requests. Is that,
Yes, sir.
Is that y'all feel okay about that?
Absolutely.
All right. Okay,
So we'll go to F2 regarding the FY23 budget and F2A for discussion and matters relative to the FY23 budget. Francis?
Thank you. So I know we had sent this out, but we repassed out the tentative schedule for this week. Of course, it's fluid and we're flexible, so whatever way the conversation goes, we're ready to adapt. But we do have 6 entities coming in to speak in the next 20 minutes probably. But I wanted to go ahead and just touch on some things while we're waiting for them to get here.
okay.
So I just want to, if you look on the second page, and we'll pull it up on the screen too, I just want to just kind of look at where we're at and what we're, there we go. No, you're good. So of course, certified values are due by Monday, the 25th, it's next Monday. We'll also then have the final rates calculated, but right now, the most preliminary number we have in there is that 22.9. Of course, the estimate of where we'll end up is higher, but just for rate calculation purposes, that's been plugged in, and you can see there that the no new revenue rate is 0.378782. The way it is this year, and as you've noticed, as the rate has changed based on the value, the increase in the levy hasn't changed that much. So I think even wherever we end up on Monday, your increase in total levy should not be affected too much. So, but just wanted to just kind of circle back there and see where we were as of today. Then on the last page is our general fund main summary. So And this is, of course, this is one of those first tabs in the main general fund spreadsheet that we have been working through and continue to update. This spreadsheet has the assumptions that we are using the no new revenue rate, and that we want to come down to at least 33% fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. So you'll see there in the top yellow, we have plugged in the current no new revenue rate. And then we continue to update that estimated beginning fund balance. As of today, we're looking at 71.6 million. And then just going down through that spreadsheet, when you look at that expenditures section of 139 million, so that is going to be all of our operating as of now. So that includes all of the things we've looked at, all the capital outlay request. It does include personnel as it is of today. So it doesn't include any COLA changes, any increases, any new positions. So that is just where we were today. There are pieces of that, of course, that we still need to come back to and get your feelings on. And so we're prepared to do that whenever we want to get into that section. And that would be, there was a few things you had asked about here and there as we went through those departments. Also looking back at capital outlay. So that's one of the things we have to come back to this week. And then below the line there, you'll see the additional increases. So we've just, been plugging these in and updating these as these have come into discussion the last few weeks. So of course, that personnel requested, the top line, that is all of the new personnel and increases to current positions that Anna went through when she was here the week before last. And so we'll need to go back to this and get your feeling on what you want to do with it. COLA, that number is an 11% COLA that is just plugged in there. You spit out a number and we can change that number very quickly. The number there for the 10% increase for the jailers, which I know is what was already discussed earlier today. We've prepared also, we can show you what any percentage would cost you there as well, and what those look like. There is that starting pay bonus or that incentive bonus, the $5,000 that they've also proposed. Incentive pay, which is our current incentive pay plan, if you want to continue with that. Cutting the 40 unused jailer positions. So of course that'll be, that'll add money into that final number there. And then you've also discussed briefly when Anna was with us the week before last, transitioning to a PTO system. And so there was a number that would clean that up and move forward. So whether that occurs if you decided to do that, whether it occurs in this year or next year, it's still going to affect that bottom line. So we've plugged that in there. Of course, we also can look at scenarios, TCDRS scenarios. And there's always that piece of the puzzle as well. But just, throwing all those in there, you'll see there that the total ending fund balance would be right over 48 million. And that is 32.9% of our operating or our expenditures. So that's what it looks like with just plugging those in based on the conversations we've had. So, we can pull those out, we can change them, we can go into more depth about any of them. That's just, where we're at at this moment in time, just for discussion purposes, so that we can start playing with the numbers.
This is what I was talking about. Mm-hmm. This is where I start getting concerned, because we're down to 33%. And there's things in here yet that people are still wanting.
Yeah.
So this was my whole point earlier, and we got to be careful.
Yeah. One thing I'd like for us to consider, for 1 year and 1 year only, take the incentive pay and use $503,694 for that employee leave balance transition, and take the balance of that, which would leave 300 something thousand down to the TCDRS piece. But I'm open for suggestions on that.
Judge, I'm kind of with you on that, but we haven't even started discussing whether or not we're going to look at giving the retirees any kind of a COLA. And we're already, in my mind, we're maxed out. Something's gotta give, we gotta move some numbers.
Well, then part of that, so what would that cost?
Well, that,
Those are expensive.
yeah.
Yes, so I was looking at some numbers actually over lunch and just, you know, when you plug in, if we give the retirees a 1% COLA this year, you're paying that out over 15 years unless you pay it up front. Then it would be somewhere around 150, 160,000 just for the first year. And so then you're looking at that for 15 years. And that's just for the 1%.
What did we do on the COLA that we gave a couple years ago? Did we lumped sum that, right?
We paid it all up front. I'm pretty sure we didn't sign it.
Did it based on the new, there was one paycheck eliminated when we went to the 2-week payroll, so that gave us the.
This is for the retiree.
Yeah, this was.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
gotcha.
this was a,
Yes.
This is
we did
a
a small
Yes.
COLA.
retiree.
I'll pull it and see and verify before I speak on it.
So, but if you were theoretically then, if it's $100,000 for 1%, it paid out over 15 years, if you lump summed it, is it $1.5 million?
Roughly. So what it does is like they look at, and this is where that
3%
3% inflation, you had asked about this that day Ralph was here. When they look at what that rate needs to be to fund that, they're looking at that I think it was 3%, assumed 3% COLA. So as that moves up, that rate it's the amount tied to that rate is going up some, but yes, roughly that is what you're gonna look at. And I'll get those in a spreadsheet form and get those out. I'm sorry, I didn't have those
Okay.
today. And so I think.
Well, I think, I mean, I can speak for myself. I think I'm interested in that, knowing that for certain. I would almost just say eliminate the incentive pay this year.
And
Since
use
we're
it.
looking at an 11% COLA.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm really struggling to get there with an 11% COLA because I know in the public sector, nobody's getting.
Yeah, I agree.
Nobody's getting an 11% COLA.
So that's to say that then the incentive pays up for, I guess you'd call it redistribution into other items to cut the budget back.
I would agree.
Yep.
Okay.
And as far as employee leave balances go, this year, is that something we really want to?
Well, I can come and speak to
tackle or
PTO.
And I know PTO is a lot better.
Yeah.
It's a lot better.
It's a lot
PTO is a lot better.
It's just that large bill up front to
Yeah,
get
it's
it,
a
to get it
ticket
clean.
up front, so
Is there a way to
So that's
split
I
about
that?
wouldn't want to
quarter.
do it, let me restate that, I wouldn't want to do it if it got us below the 33.
So that's about a quarter of $500,000 is about a quarter of a cent now.
Is there a way?
So
to
1 cent is 2.2 million. So just remember.
Okay.
Is there a way to split that out over 2 years?
What's that?
I don't think you would.
The employee leave balance transition. Pay that out over 2 years and.
Well, it'd be,
Well, the thing
it'd
is-
be more next year.
It'd be
Yes.
more.
Best case
Because you got some
scenario.
additional days, unless people tighten their belt, quit doing so much of that.
Francis?
So I think best case scenario is if that's the route you want to go, that you do it before September 30th or,
Yeah.
accrue it back to September 30th. Cause like you said, it's just going to keep increasing. And so
Okay.
the cost is not going to go down.
So I guess I had a question on the employee leave balance transition. I thought it was gonna be budget neutral since your sick and vacation is already in the personnel budget. So what's taking us over?
So the plan that Anna had suggested was that, we have a PTO plan going forward. You can only carry forward so much. There was all the pieces. I know we can bring that back up, of course, and she
Yeah, I
can
think
give you
so.
those
We need
details
to.
again. But that would be to get all the comp time off the books now.
Get it all.
Oh,
We have to
that's
buy
the
it out.
comp time.
Yeah.
Let
And
me
then-
ask this question, is it feasible on that employee leave balance transition, to pay people, or can you figure at the rate they earned it and not at their current rate?
No, you would have to pay it as of now.
Wow.
But
Because it's a,
They earned it way far back and
Right.
less their hourly rate.
but they didn't take it, they didn't take it when they, at that rate, and now they're at a new rate, and it's their asset, and it's, and the value is based on what their current, compensation is. It's a, I think it's, statute driven.
Yes,
Is that statute driven?
I'd have to, double check, but yeah, there's, I
Justin,
don't
do
think
you
you
know?
could go.
Sorry, Judge. No, I do not.
Okay. All right, we'll check into that and have a presentation specifically for that,
Yes.
okay?
So,
So to be clear, that amount is not leave, that amount is comp time.
That's comp time.
yes, that is comp time on the books.
So, this brief discussion, if it stays brief, was to plant a few seeds, but get back to, we got people here, let them present, and then we come back up.
Come back to this?
Yeah, oh yeah, we have to.
Okay, all right, yeah, very good. Thank you.
Okay.
So we can move to our list of our outside entity presenters. First we have the Waco Sports Commission. So we have Mike Vogelaar.
Mike, come on down.
9 minutes early, I like it. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, I
You don't
guess.
get any money, 'cause you don't know if it's morning or
I
evening.
know, it's been one of those days.
We're glad to have you.
Yeah, if you haven't had lunch yet, then it's still morning.
Okay.
Well, I'm really thankful and appreciative of y'all's time and being able to come here. A year ago, I got to sit here and kind of share a little bit about what I thought the direction was going to be for the Greater Waco Sports Commission, as I had just come into this role on June 2nd. And so as Judge Felton says, I have lost my new guy card.
Let him move
so
over.
I'm excited about that.
All right.
For today's agenda, I'm going to briefly go over our mission statement, review our team this previous year, and then also speak about the goals, and then in closing. So our mission statement, just as a recap, it's for us to be able to, the Sports Commission, to identify and attract new sporting events while enhancing and retaining existing events to generate a positive economic impact and enhance the quality of life of the local residents. And so that takes shape in a lot of different ways, but ultimately we want to be able to help generate hotel and occupancy tax. We want to be able to increase traffic to the restaurants. We want to be able to bring travel and tourism to Cameron Park, to the Mayborn Museum, to all the different facilities here around town, while also, again, creating opportunities for folks that live here so they don't have to travel to experience some of the great things that we're bringing to this community. The next slide is just going to be a quick little recap. Obviously, you see myself there on the left-hand side. Emily has been my right-hand partner for the past year, and she is actually set to move to Kansas City. Her husband got a position at his alma mater to coach, and so I am in the process right now, just got out of a few different interviews to find someone that can try and fill those shoes that Emily has filled. So she's been an amazing ambassador and representative and person for this community, as well as for the Sports Commission. And so it's sad that we're losing her, but I think that we're going to be able to get somebody in to fill in that spot, to be able to continue kind of the legacy that we've created. As far as our board members, we've got Jason Cook, Lauren Schwartz, Nancy Goodnight, Brent Tagoo, Jim Holmes, Brad Shelton, Dan Ingham, Mr. Jim Smith, Shayla Lonnie, Sean Trokum, Mabry Herman, Rick Tullis, Jason Ramos, and Jonathan Green. This board is extremely diverse, has great background and a balance of strengths and weaknesses so that we can operate with due diligence. So as a review, the Sports Commission was founded in 2015. We are a 501c3. Most sports commissions across the country, about 95% of them are directly underneath a city or a county. And so we are unique in the fact that we are neutral. That gives us certain strengths in the fact that we can represent all entities, whether they're city or county. And whenever we're speaking to event planners, there's a level of trust that's built because they know that we're not representing one entity more so than the other. As I reviewed, we've got great dedicated board members. My tenure began in June of last year. And then, of course, we're going through that turnover for Emily's position. As far as a recap, this past year, I've categorized some of the different events. This is not all the events that have taken place here in McLennan County.
Recording in progress.
Sorry about that.
You're great. As far as the recruited events, the one that we're most known for is the Ironman Festival. I'm going to have a little bit of a recap of that later on, and we've discussed that in previous months. But again, the first time that the full Ironman and half Ironman has taken place in the same city on the same weekend. It's here in Waco in McLennan County. And so extraordinary effort by all parties involved. And so really thankful to have that. We also had GFNY Waco, the TAPS Championship Series, and IBJJF is going to be coming in December. As far as created events, we created Beast of the Brazos. We're looking at having our third annual Beast of the Brazos here on September 11th. We had our inaugural Mother's Day 5K and fun run at Waco Surf. And then we will also be assisting with the Waco Rowing Regatta of 2022 that will be taking place November 6th. That will be a entire fitness and rowing weekend that's going to be utilizing the river and the resources that we have here while bringing in travel and tourism and again, utilizing our God-given assets. Event enhancement, this is where a majority of our events take place, where we are not running and operating them, or we have not specifically contracted them ourselves, but where these events or competitions are taking place at some of the local facilities, and we are making sure that they are either being enhanced, facilitated, whatever gaps we can help fill in, we are doing. So strongman competition, USA Texas Tennis, the Crown of Texas Regional Qualifying Tournament, that was the first basketball tournament that took place at base. Tri Waco, we were able to assist with that here 2 weeks ago. And then, of course, the quality of life, which I mentioned in the bottom right hand or bottom left hand corner. We have put together a sports facility committee. In my tenure here and coming into the community, just seen and noticed that there's a lack of infrastructure based on the demand for this region. And so I think that the Sports Commission's role and responsibilities is essentially to be able to help identify those needs and to be able to work on solutions for the community. And so we have formed a committee and we're actually set to visit again here at the end of the month to be able to talk about next steps. Another portion of quality of life is Team Waco. I'll touch on that in just a little bit. And then the Waco Rowing Center and the initiatives that we're partnered with them. If we go to the next slide, this is just a brief snapshot. There's no specific way, especially for the enhanced events, to be able to come up with an exact number. Even for the events that we've recruited, or even if you have a hotel booking link, this is still a discussion and a science that the entire industry is trying to figure out is how can you accurately, with a high level of certainty, measure all the traffic that an event comes in. But as far as our recruited events, what we're specifically...
You can't look at can't you can't pull out like, well, I suppose you could do months of tax data you can do a certain month of the hotel motel tax.
Yep, absolutely. And I guess to be more specific with this, what I'm reflecting on is, hey, for a basketball tournament or a volleyball tournament, GFNY, okay, how many of the people that came to the area specifically came for this event? When they check in, they would need to tell the hotelier, hey, I'm here for this specific event, so that's logged and categorized. And so that part, whether you have QR codes on the counters, whether you have part of the registration for the event or a follow-up survey, that's the part that's really, really hard to specifically know, hey, did we capture 100% of the folks coming in? So these are, with more certainty on the left-hand side, 16,000 for the events that we are specifically responsible for. We created about 1,200 for the created events, and then the enhanced events, I would say at least 20,000 as far as hotel occupancy. If you go to the next slide, this is again a review of the Ironman Festival and the economic impact. That is by far and away our largest event for this community. We, again, to review, signed a 7-year extension to be able to have both of those races here in town. So we had not done that before. The county has supported that event when it was just the half, the 70.3 race. And so last year, again, we added additional costs and responsibilities by having the full, while maintaining the same level of funding. But with the full festival, we had over 2,500 participants, 6,200 hotel room nights, economic impact, roughly 16 million. We had close to $1 million spent on food. And then also a really fantastic thing for local community is we had $45,000 pumped back into local nonprofits for all the folks that were volunteering. So the Ironman has a nonprofit arm. It's to be able to help with the recruiting of volunteers. And so we were granted $45,000 in the previous years, and we've negotiated it for a higher amount, ranging from $50,000 to $60,000 for future years. And so we're able to directly impact a number of the organizations here. If you go to the next slide, we've got other projects that we're working on. We have, again, our team, you saw there's 2 of us. We also developed a new website, and so that's just recently launched in the past month. We're still finalizing some of the final pieces. We have infused that $45,000 into local nonprofits. Also, never before, we have officially created new partnerships with the City of Woodway and the City of Robinson. So before, the Sports Commission had only been supported by the City of Waco and the county, and the hope is to be able to speak to the different cities to be able to help them understand the services that the Sports Commission can provide for their community and what we have been providing indirectly. And so I've been really appreciative of the support of those communities, and hopefully we can grow that support list throughout the years. We are also partnering with the Waco Rowing Center, and it has not been officially announced in the press release, but I do have permission to say that the City of Waco has been selected as one of the cities that the Arshay Cooper Foundation is supporting. And so you're going to see, again, a lot more rowing if you haven't already. That's going to be taking place in the river, but also, more importantly, impacting, again, the local residents here. If you go to the YMCA right now, I'm headed there tomorrow, you're going to be seeing a number of kids learning how to swim that would never have had the access to that before. Texas is #1 in drownings, and so to be able to provide that drowning prevention program is a fantastic initiative that the Waco Rowing Center is doing. And again, we're putting on a regatta with a number of other different fitness and activity events on November the 6th. We also are responsible for speaking to different semi-pro teams to see if there would be a good demand and fit for this community. So whether it's been semi-pro soccer or baseball, we've had those discussions with different entities and continue to explore those to see if that's something that this community can support and thrive. And then lastly, again, discussing sports facility developers. I've been having visits and conversations with developers trying to see, hey, how can we build that infrastructure to be able to bring in more events? Currently, one of the biggest bottlenecks to bringing in more sporting competitions is just simply availability. All the venues are busy. You'll hear about it here in just a second. But for instance, Spartan, I'm in discussions with them to try and bring a competition. They've got a number of different types of competitions, but bringing a competition here to town. The only availability and the base is the best facility, because it is an open floor space for this event. The only availability that they have on a weekend next year is August 5th. And so for me, I have to hope that that is going to work. And so based on that, and also being contacted by other different coaches and organizations and club teams, I keep hearing that there is demand for court space and that they need more availability. So again, sports facility develop discussions. No one is taking that on, and so that's where the Sports Commission is absorbing those responsibilities. Goals for second half of 2022. By the way, interrupt me if you have any questions. I don't know, I'm essentially assuming that y'all will ask questions at the end, but if you pop up with something, please, just like Mr. Will Jones did, more than happy to answer those.
We never hesitate to interrupt, so go right ahead.
Goals for the second half of 2022, organizational development. I'm constantly looking at trying to see how can we provide more stability for the Sports Commission. And so we will be having a board retreat to, again, determine our goals for next year. We'll be attending, and I'm part of the committee that is planning the intercity visit that the chamber hosts. And so I'm part of that planning committee. We'll be headed to Phoenix, and so Bellbank Park is out there. That is a large sports development facility. It's about 350 acres. And so we're going to be able to learn from what they have there to see if any of that can be utilized for this community. I'm also, as you saw, a team of 2. I lost half my workforce. And so that obviously reduces productivity dramatically. So I'm going to have to train and onboard staff replacement. There's no one else to do that. And so that takes time. And it's going to slow some things down. And so that is something that I have to be focused on. I'm continuing those facility discussions and plans, and I'm continuing to develop community relationships to identify what needs are. Waco Axe Throwing Company, they reached out and we sat down, and they want to be able to have a sanctioned axe throwing competition. So we're looking at trying to have that at the convention center in the spring. So those are the types of things that I want to be able to help these local businesses have that support that maybe they didn't have before in the past. Event priorities, strongman competition, Ironman Festival, Beast of the Brazos. That's our open water swim on September 19th, the Waco Rowing Regatta, IBJJF, which will be at the base in December, and then the Spartan DAC competition. I'm looking to be able to try and recruit that with the certain facilities and to see if it would make financial sense for us to be able to incentivize that competition to come to town. As far as community impact, the timeline of Team Waco. Has anybody, by a show of hands, heard of Team Waco? Okay, I've got one. That's good. That's my board member. Judge Felton. Okay, fantastic. Well, to give you a brief synopsis, in January with the renewal of the Ironman Festival, I was able to obtain 5 free race entries for the competition coming up. Well, those 5 free race entries were only for the Sports Commission. Well, there's only 2 of us at the Sports Commission. Well, guess what? It's my responsibility to volunteer, work there, be the boots on the ground, and make sure everything runs and operates. So I don't think it's responsible for me to be participating as an athlete. That being said, I don't want these to go to waste. So I looked around and we said, hey, who wants to be able to partner with us? And we talked to a number of different corporate businesses that said, hey, we want to be able to help support essentially a scholarship. And this scholarship would then help 6 county residents. They had to be a county residents, which we did get 2 or 3 different applications from out of the county. But we want to be able to reward people here because essentially this event, the Ironman, is coming and using some of these different resources. We want to be able to give back to the community. So we've got 6 different scholarships because we had 39 applications, 11 interviews, and we had 5 people or 5 spots. We had to create a 6th one because these stories were so incredible. In March, we created the official branding of it. We created the logo. We have a podcast series. They're actually going to be recording another podcast series with another national podcast series tomorrow night. Ironman has also publicized about them on their national accounts. In April, created our first meet and greet for our board members and our corporate sponsors and Team Waco to be able to meet each other, to be able to show their appreciation, and they started their training. In May and July, they've done their races. They did the Mother's Day 5K race. They did Tri Waco. They're set for Beast of the Brazos and the Skittles race coming up in September. And then ultimately, of course, the Ironman for their appropriate distance. We've also expanded our social media campaign with them and then created an online store. So merchandise is available to be able to support this program. Right now, it's based and built around the Ironman and triathlons. But the hope and the goal is for this program to be able to fuel other different needs in this community of people that are trying to overcome, again, a financial, mental, or physical hurdle. So maybe it's partnering with rowing. Maybe it's partnering with a softball athlete here that doesn't have the funds to be able to travel, to be able to compete in some of these other different competitions. We want to be able to be the backstop and be able to support this community. In August and October, we're going to be able to have a fundraiser night. We're going to continue our promotion. And ultimately, of course, we've got Ironman. If you guys have not listened to the podcast, if you have not heard these stories, they are tremendous. If you go to the next slide, you're going to see Jesse, Erica, and Angel. Jesse is a fantastic, extremely enthusiastic member here in the community. She actually became pregnant and struggled with an eating disorder, and through that pregnancy just didn't really enjoy life. But she chose life for her child, and the adoptive family essentially showed her how to have joy through life. And the adoptive father and grandfather compete in Ironmans. And so Jesse said, I want to try an Ironman to be able to honor my perfect son and his family. Well, that father and that family from South Carolina said, we're going to do the race with you. So there's going to be a team of 19 people that are coming from South Carolina for the Ironman and to be able to support Jesse. And I think that we can all say, hey, we're all part of Team Waco. We want to be able to support this. That's one of those 6 stories I just shared. They're all incredible. And so, of course, being able to recognize our different sponsors that we have for this event and making it possible, I've got them listed there, NVDM and Waco Running Company, Bicycle World. They've been fantastic through this as well, supporting these athletes. Lastly, I've got 2 different quotes. To think too long about doing a thing often becomes its undoing. This is how I've felt over the last year. I want to get after it. I've been running really, really hard because I see a lot of different opportunities. And so I just want you to know that the investment that you've made into the Sports Commission this past year, it's been stewarded, I believe, really well. I've got a great board that's able to speak to that. And so hopefully I've earned trust to be able to, because I believe that with more resources, we can do more. The next quote, I'm a great believer in luck, and I find the harder I work, the more I have of it. Pretty famous guy there. And so that's essentially, I feel like, a little bit about my background. And I see that also in a lot of y'all. We all want to be able to work hard to make this community better than what it has been. And because of y'all, I wanted to move to Waco, and I wanted to move to this county. And so I'm thankful for it. So ultimately, as with all sales pitch, the price is at the end. To review the current and past funding, since 2015, the county has funded the Sports Commission $75,000 on an annual basis. $25,000 as well for the 70.3 Ironman event. This previous year, the county was extremely helpful with a number of the members here in helping us secure some ARPA funding due to some of the different losses that we had during the COVID and pandemic time period. As far as new circumstances, we are looking to try to maintain this increased personnel capacity from 1 to 2. General operation expenses have gone up, and that's not even talking about inflation, but essentially we didn't even have Microsoft Outlook. We didn't have Constant Contact or any type of mass email system. There were a number of resources that essentially were just kind of piecemeal together, and to be able to provide structure and productivity, we've needed to be able to make those investments for future operations. Costs for the Ironman had increased at least 25%. And again, we've incurred a new race, and so those costs increased as well. Last year, I did request additional funding, and it was denied, and so I wanted to be able to come back and again ask for increased funding to $115,000 for general operations. That would be an increase of $40,000, while a marginal $5,000 increase for the Ironman events, being that we are including an entire additional day of competition and a completely different clientele that's coming to town. So the purpose, what would you use this on? The increased funding, we'd be able to hopefully maintain a staff of 2 to 2.5 if we'd be able to retain part-time help. That would really help increase our capacity and allow us to maintain our momentum. We'd also, right now we're limited as far as the budget, being able to go to a convention or do essentially just sales and just kind of standard CVB activities. We just don't have the funds to be able to afford those things. And so a lot of the recruiting has been through online database systems. So to be able to attend at least 1 or 2 of those conventions, increase some of those, or cover some of the increased local events costs. There was a newspaper article last week that discussed that road closures and barricade costs are increasing by a very good portion. Traffic control plans have increased for different races, and so this has created a burden. And then, of course, we want to continue to market the local community, continue to be that liaison for the community, event planners, and county facilities. So that is in review the Greater Waco Sports Commission and what we have been doing this past year, and what we are looking at setting our sights on for the future. So, thank you for allowing me to speak. Questions, comments?
Okay, questions?
Have you made your presentation, Waco, yet?
I have not.
When will that take place,
I already submitted the request. That was in May. Last year, I did not have the opportunity to make a presentation. And so I would love the opportunity for that.
So you don't know, that's,
That had not been decided. I did not get their official answer until I want to say September of last year of what their funding was going to be officially. City of Robinson, I'll share that part. They have, I believe they've already voted on it. But for the remainder of this fiscal year, they're contributing $5,000 as a prorated rate for the remainder of this fiscal year. And for next year, they're committing $20,000. That is a tremendous help. The city of Woodway, they were a sponsor for our Mother's Day run, so their investment had specific purposes. But still, to be able to get support from the cities that we're trying to support, got to take one step at a time.
On these events, are you able to peel off a little revenue or fee for operating that goes against in your operating budget? I think I saw something.
Yeah, you know, we try to look to get creative on how we can help generate revenue off these events. For the Ironman, we do have a booking link that if people go and book through that specific link that does have discounted hotel rates on there that are previously negotiated, then we're able to earn a small fee off of that. Good. Last year for an event that size, we were able to generate $10,000. That was extremely helpful because the event itself cost us $90,000. We got 25 from the city, and we got 25 from the county, and then TPID, that was our saving grace, because quite honestly, we probably would be bankrupt by March of this upcoming year if the TPID did not exist. And so they stepped in there and they contributed heavily toward that event and a lot of our other different events that we've had, which is why I have not reapproached the county for funding for any of the other different events that are coming to the area yet.
Are there other sports commissions that do things differently in regards to trying to generate revenue for the organization?
Yeah, a number of them, like I said, are specifically underneath the CBB, so they're directly funded by the HOT tax, and so that essentially almost all goes towards them, and maybe a project like a facility to be able to help fund that. There, like I mentioned, there's probably about 5% that are nonprofits such as myself, and so I have reached out to probably about 10 different sports commissions across the country to ask them, hey, what are their best practices? What do they do? What type of events do they bring in? I've wanted to learn. I've been really thirsty about that. And so as far as the sports commissions that are nonprofits, they typically have a staff of about 3 people. Other sports commissions that are nonprofits have a staff of about 2 to 3. And then CVB sports commissions, they typically have a staff of about 3, but they have the resources and the teamwork of everybody else, you know, HR, IT, marketing. They're able to use those resources whenever they need. And so it allows them to be able to be really focused and specialized on what they're trying to do. I'm doing it all. I am HR, I am accounting, I am all those responsibilities. And so a lot of those other sports commissions, they'll try to put on events like we're doing. And otherwise, they're just trying to just maintain themselves. They're not looking for growth. They're just looking to essentially be what they are until a new facility gets built in 5 or 10 years. And that would drive me crazy.
Yeah. Well, ideally, and I think we mentioned this first year out, is that you know, we'd like to see, you know, we're more than happy and we think we got a return off our investment. But we'd like to see these entities kind of get more self-sufficient. I really like the fact that Robinson's participating and I know you're talking to Robinson Woodway and seeing opportunity there as well.
And I've visited with other different cities, and at those times, the cities have declined the opportunity to support us financially. Right. But yeah, I'm trying to look underneath every single rock. When an event comes in, I'm asking them if we can help them with sponsorship sales to be able to generate revenue. The Team Waco deal, trying to sell merchandise and creating a logo and a brand so that that can help support causes. So I'm certainly trying to look at all potential revenue streams, not just essentially relying on the county or cities to be able to do that.
Right. And I know there's probably more that we benefit from than just the hotel tax portion that we get. But if there was a model like similar to what we use for normal economic development that gave us a return on our investment, if it was a good, if you knew it was gonna be a good positive return, then you can have confidence that the entities would participate more and more, you know. And so anyhow, but I appreciate everything that y'all doing. I know you're shorthanded, you've done it with little help, and now you're gonna get a chance to do it with no help for a little while until you get somebody in there.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, and so, good job from my standpoint. Any questions or?
What is your estimated date for replacing Emily? What are you looking at, Mike?
Well, Emily is looking at moving physically to Kansas City at the end of this month.
End of July.
So the end of next week. It's hard to say. And all my interviews, I'm down to 2 final candidates, and so I'm asking them to be able to step in immediately. The hope and the goal is for them to potentially be here in person with her, to be able to learn and overlap a little bit, and then at the very least to be able to have a little bit of virtual training from Emily when she works remote a little bit in the month of August.
But she's physically gone the end of
She is physically gone at the end of July, but she will be working remotely until essentially we have somebody fully trained and equipped, and or she has found a different opportunity to be able to terminate the relationship on her end.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Mike.
Good to see you, Mike. Likewise.
If any of y'all need swimming lessons, he can line you up.
No, but I was gonna see if you needed
Come join
another,
me tomorrow at 1:30.
if girl needs another team member, I could find somebody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see.
So,
Next. We've got Creative Waco here with Mayor Guy, John Kennard. Ms. Bond.
John, how you doing?
Just missing these budget meetings, so thanks for letting me participate in one.
Yeah.
Oh, and Commissioner Smith, I do know that the Waco City Council has not yet kind of reviewed the funding applications, and even when they do, they usually don't provide the opportunity for our organizations to speak to them and to present, so we appreciate the accommodation and y'all taking the time to listen.
Sure.
And I was on one of those that didn't allow it before, so that's, so I especially like to follow your example going forward.
All right, pitch till you win.
Exactly.
Okay, presentation.
Great, thank you. Well, thanks so much for inviting us along. You know John Kennard already. He's our treasurer on the board of directors for Creative Waco. I'm Fiona Bond, executive director. If we can advance to the next slide, we just thought that today we would summarize who we are, why we're doing what we're doing, especially post that pandemic, what we do, and specifically what we're asking from McLennan County. So Creative Waco, like the Sports Commission, we are a root and branch organization that exists to do the joined up thinking for the sector that we represent, which is the arts and cultural sector. And with the hope that that bears the fruit of arts and cultural activity, projects, programs, development of leadership, all of those good things in our community. So we are the local arts agency for Waco and McLennan County. We were formed in 2015, and we currently have 4 full-time staff and 3 part-time staff servicing our projects, programs, and activities. Our mission is to grow a thriving cultural and creative community in Waco and McLennan County, to grow and support that, and of course for that to then have knock-on benefits for our community. And that means that we do the work of strategic alignment of the goals of developing arts and culture, the gathering of resources for for that strategic deployment of growth in the sector. And that means that we act in two ways in terms of resources. We gather resources and act as a pass-through organization for city grants and also for the National Endowment for the Grants and sometimes for state grants. And then we also gather resources for things that need to happen in order to grow the ecosystem and that can benefit the professional development of the sector. We work to build talent and to build leadership in arts and cultural sector. That was something that was, when we started working as an arts agency, was badly needed. And so we will be talking about some of those programs in a minute. And then we also gather data on impact of the sector and of the effectiveness of the strategies that we employ, and then use that to inform our strategies going forward. And so why do we do the work that we do? Because communities with thriving arts and cultural activity experience all kinds of knock-on benefits from doing that. We describe all the time that the work that we do is not the icing on the cake. This is not a nice to, this is a need to for any community that is serious about economic development and competitiveness, especially in a context where people can decide where they want to locate their businesses, their families, their future plans. Creating a community that has a vibrant artistic and cultural life is a really important part of being competitive, but it also is a really important part of being a connected and economically growing community. And there is increasing research that shows that post-pandemic, the arts and cultural sector are one of the key tools in the kit for reconnecting and re-establishing economic growth across the board that is equitable and offers opportunity to all people. On to the next slide, please. Thank you. Our current strategy and goals are oriented around three main areas of activity. We have the cultural plan, which was something that we put together and have revised annually ever since, that is basically the strategic blueprint for the way that we work. And so that's where we have our first three goals: to grow and support successful, sustainable arts organizations. And we work with organizations across the nonprofit to the for-profit sector, and everything in between, including social enterprise businesses. We develop a hub for cultural activity to attract residents, businesses, and tourists, and we do a lot in terms of growing Waco as a cultural destination. And then we engage the creative sector in revitalization, entrepreneurship, education, and economic development. That particularly aligns with the work that we do on professional development. And then alongside those core cultural plan goals, we are also developing a public art strategic plan at the moment to look specifically at how our community looks with regard to public art and placemaking. And then, and we got a National Endowment for the Arts grant for doing that work. And then we are also working with the city and with our county partners towards a performing arts center for downtown Waco. If we can move forward.
How far are y'all along on that?
We are just about to issue the request for qualifications for some cultural, concept renderings for that. Yeah. I'm going to hand over to John to talk about our wins and our next steps in our ask.
Yes, and and as an organization, that's too loud. Okay, we share your outlook that focusing on the ROI and making sure that every dollar invested is expanding, as well as creating a robust economic ecosystem for all of our local creatives and artists to make sure that they can earn a living, grow their profession, and find an economically viable way forward to ply their wares and to provide their creative outlook within our community. And so we know through a study that our organization did along with Americans for the Arts that on the economic impact of our work, that our programs attract over $5 million annually in additional funding. So for every dollar invested, there is over 17 in direct spend and other economic robust output within the creative economy. And every dollar invested in our organization by your organization returns at least $2.50 in local tax revenue. Our nonprofits have a direct economic impact of over 63 million within the county. And in the last year, we have impacted and supported over 3,500 artists, 5,000 students and volunteers, 500,000 audience members, and 2 million plus just within our community who have visited, who have been able to enjoy all the experiences that have taken place within our downtown cultural district, the official state designation by which Fiona and her team were instrumental in achieving for us a few years ago. We know that about 1 in 5 of the local attendees for all of our work in artistic endeavors within the community are from outside our county. And we know that since 2017, every eligible arts nonprofit within our community has won external grants. And I think that's very important because it's the money you give us, we use to support other organizations who then go and leverage those funds even further to create new endeavors, new theaters, new plays, okay, concerts, and takes the funds that we provide and expands them greatly.
John?
Yes.
Example, eligible arts nonprofits, like what does that include again?
I'll let Fiona answer that, yeah.
So that means any arts nonprofit that has a budget over $100,000 per year is eligible to apply to the state for additional funding and to trusts and foundations. Basically, there are different kinds of funding for nonprofit arts organizations. And there are some trusts and foundations or some funding programs that require you to have existed for a certain amount of time, and there are others that require you to be over a certain funding threshold.
Okay, so in Waco or in McLean County, examples of who those nonprofits would be?
So those would be like the Symphony, for example, the Arts Festival, the Civic Theatre. Both of the film festivals now have reached that threshold for additional funding. The Arts Center. So it's the ones that are more mature and larger, basically, and then we are actively working with the smaller ones to bring them up to the point that they are then eligible for applying for additional resources.
That makes sense.
Yes, and then the last bullet point, which is hidden on this slide, but I can see it right here, is that our reach actually in bringing in funds goes beyond just local, but I mean state and nationally as well. With the ARPA funds, we were one of 4 cities within the state and the only one under 500,000 in population to be selected by the National Endowment for the Arts to participate in their regranting program as well. And Fiona also serves as chair of Texans for the Arts currently too. So our work has both state and national reach as well with your support.
And next slide.
Okay. And one of the fun things that our organization has been actively involved in is promoting and working strategically in promulgating public art within our community. The zoo sculptures along the riverfront is a great example of that. Then that also was just the initial start by one donor, and it turned into a wonderful project with 26 separate pieces that leveraged outside funds that took in donations from all over to create what is a really interactive and wonderful kind of showpiece, not only for our zoo and our riverfront, but just something that I know particularly the beginning stages of COVID, just being able to walk around outside and interact and enjoy these sculptures was something fantastic that a lot of people took advantage of. As well as the tornado sculptures that are right there next to the old Roosevelt, as well as Creative Waco, Fiona, they are currently engaging in consultation and planning for the airport renovation and producing some public art that will go in there to welcome all of our visitors that come into town. And then we are actively involved in conjunction with that with a more robust strategic plan to make sure that there's some rules, processes, expectations, and direction in terms of what we want to see and achieve in terms of in our public sphere, in terms of the art that we put forth for the community. The art apprenticeship program is something that benefits high schoolers with paid and mentored work, largely within Waco ISD, but I believe some other ISDs participate as well. It is one of those art apprenticeship. It really is some it's an apprenticeship and it's an entrepreneurial, and it gives dozens of high schoolers the opportunity to get paid to take from concept to completion, creating a mural. This particular one was created for the Cove. But there are several along multiple buildings within our community, the most recent one being the Dr. Pepper Museum, that utilizes these talented high schoolers, gives them a paycheck for doing this work, gives them the skills as they pitch and provide their designs and processes to these businesses and work with them to align and find the right one that would fit, and that just teaches them a variety of other just skill sets. And many of these have gone on to begin their own successful art careers afterwards. I mean, this is something that gives these high schoolers a chance to really demonstrate and shape and grow their work and their capacity, and then go and do that and become successful outside of this. So work readiness, as well as just beautifying our city and creating some pretty fantastic murals all across our community. And then, so further growing the entrepreneurship and just the kind of the small business starting from scratch entrepreneurial endeavors. Our festivals and other opportunities provide the chance for within markets for vendors to go and sell and promote their works to many of the visitors that we have here in Waco, as well as we have within the last 3 years coached and provided professional development, business planning and finance, as well as just creative thinking and strategy for over 40 new businesses here in town, to allow for a greater just array of opportunities creatively. We have pursued and won from the state designations for our downtown, not only our downtown cultural district, which there's state funding associated with, available for that, as well as being identified as both film-friendly and music-friendly cities from the state. We created to help creatives kind of earn a living and figure something out during the pandemic, an online marketplace, Make It in Waco, that had over 50,000 visitors and allowed folks the opportunity to showcase their work and during the initial stages of COVID, and as we were all trying to find a way through that. We do put on we facilitate 2 festivals during the year, Chalk Waco, the most recent of which happened 2 months ago. We had almost 25,000 people walking around town with 50+ artists, all getting paid for their work, as well as 100+ vendors who took advantage of that, 25,000 people walking around for that 2-day festival. Dia de los Muertos, which had its inaugural year last year. So for a first-year festival, over 6,000 people showed up downtown. We had 20 distinct performances, as well as 20+ vendors, and a parade with 50+ entries in it. And we're expecting to do it again this year, and we're hoping to, just as Chalk Waco doubled the year prior, we are hoping that this festival will do the same and double in terms of people downtown and engagement. And then the Air Institute, which is the newest endeavor of our organization, is working to collaboratively provide experiences between creatives and businesses to help businesses think more creatively and creatives to think more business-like. And we currently have ongoing workshops. This is a national organization that's provided some funding for this particular program. We are having workshops going on right now, and this is also the first one in Texas to do this, and also we are the first in the country to do this bilingually, so to make sure this is accessible for all folks within our community. And that's another one of just local artists being able to be encouraged and the economic development perspective to grow and become more successful on the business side of things in our creative ecosystem. To our funding request, y'all have very graciously provided $55,000 a year for the past several years, and we're currently asking for $75,000 for this year. $25,000 of which will support the high impact and innovative arts and cultural events and activities that draw people from outside our community into our town, that create a lot of that tax revenue, some of those hotel nights, and that give our local artists and creatives the ability to continue to sell their works and their creative processes to the community at large. $15,000 will help us reestablish the region as a hub for cultural tourism. Again, just with marketing and other endeavors to bring a greater focus into all the good work that culturally that's going on here. As we are all aware, in the economic environment we find ourselves in, costs are increasing across the board, and 25 would also help fund some more administrative and operational overhead for Creative Waco. I can tell you, as their treasurer, seeing their work firsthand, Fiona and her staff do amazing work, and they are at capacity, and we want to make sure that we continue providing all of the highest quality services and programs and festivals and economic development outreach and entrepreneur support that we do, and just in the world that we are in the economic environment we're in, we need a little bit extra support for that. And then 10,000 would also go to help us grow our arts entrepreneur and arts businesses further. Again, that small, from the ground up, entrepreneurial, economic development ecosystem that we're working towards. And then again, the city has also provided for, or has identified us as, so we are regranting, I believe, $250,000 from NEA. The city of Waco has designated us as the regranting authority for another $250,000 of ARPA funds for that. And we are also have a request in and are asking that that y'all would come alongside and that we could be the regranting authority for ARPA funds in this sector from y'all as well.
So that we can offer that same program across the whole county.
Yes.
And that is recovery and stimulus funding specifically for the small businesses and small nonprofits that have been so hit by the pandemic. They were the ones that were hardest hit, and they're still, especially those that are volunteer run, they did not qualify for PPP or many of the other programs, and a lot of them are still looking at a fiscal hole that has not been filled by any other source.
Okay, questions? So besides this request, you requested, when you turn in the request for the ARPA funding, that would be on top of this, right?
Correct, yes, and that was what I pitched back in March. And so there's a separate paper outlining how that would be deployed.
Okay, and remind me what that request was.
So that's $250,000 over 2 years. And that roughly divides into a third for rescue of organizations that didn't have any other access to relief funds, to essentially allow them to get restarted without having the burden of a hole of being in arrears. Then some for there were a number of people that, for example, took salary cuts across the sector, that kind of thing, which is also part of the ask. Yeah. And then a third would be for new initiatives that are specifically going to kickstart the economy as it relates to the arts and cultural sector.
Thank you. Any questions? Anybody else? All right, we appreciate y'all coming. Thank you very much.
Thanks, y'all.
I was gonna give you, well, two things. One is an example of the kind of project and program that we're thinking of for the ARPA support, just in case that's useful. We're actually, at the moment, we're applying for a fund from the Department of Justice for work with our police department. Chief Victorian is working with us on this, and it would be for at-risk youth or youth who have been on the wrong side of the criminal justice system, to, through theater, look at how to change behaviors and change encounters with law enforcement, and law enforcement would be involved in those sessions, in those workshopping sessions. So that's the kind of thing that the ARPA funds could help support. We've got a number of projects and programs like that that are kind of in their infancy, and that if there is local support would really put Waco as a standout community of pioneering some of this cross-sector work, which I think could be pretty revolutionary when it comes to how do we heal some of the divisions that have happened during COVID and just during the last few years. And then the other thing I was going to mention is that this weekend is the Deep in the Heart Film Festival, which was one of the very first things that we were able to support with some of our pass-through funds when we first formed. And it's one of the, it's really a poster child for how a brand new arts initiative has really put Waco on the map in that industry. So as a result, as a direct result of having now 2 major film festivals, but this one is now in the top 20 internationally of independent film festivals, which is such a coup. It's the youngest film festival in the entire world that is part of that list. It's right here in Waco. It brings hundreds of filmmakers into our community each year to showcase what they do, to learn new skills. And then as part of it, because we're a film-friendly city, we intentionally make that event part of learning how to make a film in Waco. We do a location tour. We try to line people up with the resources that they need to make their next independent movie in Waco. And as a result of that, we've had several movies and TV shows that are now being filmed in Waco. And then we also have a new film studio that has relocated to the Waco area. So.
Great. All right, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank y'all very much.
And I do have VIP tickets for that for anyone who wants them. Just let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll take care.
All right, see y'all.
Guys, thank you so much.
Who's next?
So we have Debbie King with Central Texas Senior Ministries, or Meals on Wheels.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm glad to be here today. Thank you so much for having this opportunity.
You're welcome.
I am Debbie King, and I am the CEO at Meals on Wheels Waco. Central Texas Senior Ministries been our long-term name. And we're currently in the process of using Meals on Wheels Waco because a lot of times when you see like the logo CTSM, people have no clue who that is. So we want to make sure people know that Meals on Wheels is here and in the community. So I do want to thank you for the funding that I got through the American Rescue Plan, and we are working on carefully using that for clients who don't quite meet the requirements that are part of the Older Americans Act, and making sure that we get them fed during this time frame that we have. And just so you know, I know last year I talked about our wait list. There is an unending wait list. We get calls daily, and somehow we can't get it below 200 right now. A little of that has to do with finding more volunteers to deliver and working some of that out. So, but there is a lot of people that really are hungry, and a lot of new seniors that are getting to the point where they can't totally take care of themselves, and the meals are helping them a lot. So we do appreciate that. My big ask that I'm here for today has to do with the Texas Department of Agriculture and their Texas Feeding Texans program that is specifically for home delivered meals to senior citizens. And it will also cover some with disabilities. But in order to get their grant, I have to ask the county to give some money. And last year you gave us $30,000, and I'm very willing to use that this year. I don't know how many of you know that we got quite a bit more funding that was started in February. They have a very odd fiscal year. It starts in February and ends in January. So it's very different than most of the statewide programs. But in the September legislative session last year, they got additional funding through that legislative session from the state money. So we actually have had $181,000 that we've been able to use this year to feed seniors in McLennan County. So we just need a matching amount, so when we apply this fall that we can actually get whatever money they have next year. They can't promise us that extra little bit of money because usually it's around 130 to 40,000, and this one really was a pretty big jump.
So 30,000 to get 130,000.
Yeah, that's exactly what I
estimated.
Pretty good return. It is a good return, and McLennan County's been very supportive of that program. It's really designed to help all of us across the state just feed people who need to be fed, and the Older Americans Act does not give Texas adequate money to feed every senior. And you all know that there's a growing senior population right now. And so
I feel it.
it's just gonna get bigger and bigger, and so we want to make sure we have funding there.
I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at you to see if you were looking at me. I was. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So anyway, that's my question, and if you have any questions, I'd love to tell you. We have a lot of happy clients that are always just delighted to get the meals. We get good reports on our surveys that we do with them. We have a few that call us every day because the meals haven't showed up 10 minutes after their due time. But they're just delightful clients.
Are y'all still delivering any to like senior centers?
Yes, we started, yes.
That's right.
We reopened the senior centers here in McLennan County last June, and they're doing great right now.
Good.
We got some money through through a program and grants that were given out through Texas A&M, and we started a program at the Sol Ross Center that we call Seasoned Creatives. And we've had an additional 50 people come and essentially really come and do some crafts, some really nice crafts. A lot of the community came in from their stores or where they do crafting, taught them different crafts. And so we do that on Wednesdays and Fridays. And at the same time, we use some of that money to kind of change up the menu a little bit, because the people that eat at home, they don't eat the same as the people that aren't stuck at home all the time. So we're able to make some different things, more like some salad options and foods that they're more interested in doing. And we do find a lot of the home people like things softer. They have some chewing issues and all. So this is working out well. We are testing some of those meals with our home delivered meal clients. And so we're going to kind of add some of them to that program too in the next few months through another funding source.
Commissioner, are you talking about like the old SLAP centers, or what they call them, senior
centers?
Senior centers now.
Yeah, there's one.
SLAP or something like that.
SLAP? I haven't heard that term.
I withdraw that question.
I thought maybe y'all were looking for a free.
No.
We have a senior center in Robinson. It's very small. We have 3 in Waco. We have the Sol Ross, the Harrison, and then Dewey Center is open when the kids aren't out of school. They don't have a space just for seniors. So, and that's a real convenient one because literally we just walk the meals across the street.
All those are open back up.
Those are all open back up.
Great.
McGregor's been open for quite a while, and that one stays open. So we're quite busy with those.
Yeah, that's great. And it was, learned the hard way, I guess, that the social interaction aspect of what got taken away during all the COVID regulations was really important, and that if we can get those back going again. And just for FYI for you, is that when we had discussions on allocation of ARPA money, the whole court was complimentary of that program and what it does for our community, and so that's a great program.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions anyone have?
I do want to say one thing. If you know someone that just would be a great volunteer and would be willing to drive meals anywhere in McLennan County, we definitely need them. That's our weakness right now, is getting enough volunteers to help us get meals delivered where they need to be. And it's growing in like Belmead, and that area is growing a lot, and so is Hewitt and Woodway area.
Right.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. I think the next is Kim. Talk about the Cove.
Good afternoon. This is my first time coming to the court, so please be kind to me. I'm wondering if it's possible to have slide 8 of Creative Waco's presentation back up. Would that be permissible? It's the mural that is in the Cove, and maybe just a helpful pointer.
Was that on his?
Who did that?
That's the one with the gold.
Creative Waco, yeah.
Creative Waco had that, didn't it?
It was Waco Sports Commission.
No, it's Creative Waco.
Was it Creative Waco?
Yeah, that's where
I saw a bird and there was stuff coming
Yeah,
out.
it's slide 8. This wasn't prearranged, but I'll start talking while they're present.
So you want to appropriate their slide and Fiona's,
Yes, I'll send her a commission afterwards. Great, well, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to present and to make this request to the court. Also, thank you for the previous support that the court has shown over several years now. It really does make a difference in our work at the Cove. I joined the Cove in September, having moved to Waco from the UK. My wife is a Wacoan. My family go back quite a long time in Waco, so it's been nice to feel at home away from home. My background is commissioning homelessness services, youth homelessness services, mental health services, and my doctorate is actually in youth homelessness and developmental psychology. So this is an area that I love personally and have a lot of connections with. The Cove started in 2016, apologies. We're having our 6th birthday in September this year. It originally started as an after-school program in Waco ISD. Since then, we are now delivering services in Waco ISD, La Vega ISD, and Midway ISD. We do 4 nights a week after-school programming. We do 5 days a week outreach to school campuses, and we run a drop-in 9 a.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. on a Friday. We provide services through basic needs, whether that's hygiene products, school supplies, referral to Things from the Heart for clothing. Youth referred get a $25 voucher to go and purchase what they want. Their hair care products, ethnic hair care products, food packets. We provide hot meals. We provide tutoring. We provide one-to-one casework. Just this morning, I was speaking with a member of the staff at Starry Counselling about them delivering services on site as mental health challenges, both from the experience of being homeless, but also just being a teenager and reaching adulthood, is something that we really want to meet. I see the slide is up now. So it was nice for Fiona to include us in her presentation, but this mural, I think is a helpful just kind of prompt for what we try to do. It's called A Message of Hope. That name, the design, was chosen by 3 of our alumni. As Fiona mentioned, they received a paid internship to design, pitch to our board, and then paint, and worked alongside a teaching artist. There's 3 main elements to this picture. The bird is the student. The trails are actually puzzle pieces, if you can see that in there, that represents the fact that the youth both has different parts of their experience and the troubles that they've faced, but also different parts of who they are. They're not a homogenous young person. They have a creative side, they have a caring side, they have hopes and aspirations. And the stone or the rock that you see in that kind of slightly darker blue-green color represents the Cove as being a safe place. So at the Cove, we have 3 outcomes that we work towards. We want to achieve stability in housing for our youth. We don't provide shelter, just to make that clear, but we do work very closely with Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Networks, Chase House, Methodist Children's Home, and Central Texas Youth Services, and the Family Abuse Center, who all can provide housing for minors. We work towards hope in education and employment. So one of our key outcomes is graduating high school. All of the literature and research literature around young people's experiences of homelessness is that they often fail to graduate. They struggle to have attendance. They struggle to catch up in classes that they're struggling in, and often fall foul of disciplinary processes. We have an attendance recovery program, so students, if they spend an hour with us, they can recover up to 3 hours of attendance. And as I mentioned in the submission, during this last school year, we recorded almost 4,000 hours of attendance recovery. We had 19 seniors this year that we were working with. 16 of them have graduated. That's significantly higher than the expected ratio for youth that have experienced homelessness. Graduating high school also taps into the employability element. One of the main reasons why adults experience homelessness, particularly in that 18 to 30 age bracket, is because they don't have the qualifications that they need to secure work. Research that has been presented at Chapin Hall in Chicago has estimated, and this is going back a few years now, I believe it was 2013, the research, estimated that youth who are disconnected from school and employment by the age of 20 can cost their communities in the region of about $940,000 additional dollars over their lifetime. We also talk about have the outcome of building meaningful relational connections. A lot of our youth have problematic relationships with their parents or guardian. About half of the youth that we serve don't have a parent or guardian present to support them with housing decisions, accessing food, getting to school, dealing with the problems that come up in day-to-day life. And we also want them to have positive relationships with each other, with their community, and with their school. And so we use an approach called the trust-based relational interventions. And we seek to provide one-to-one case work and support on the basis of building trusted relationships. Just coming to the request that we've made, last year you kindly gave us $47,500. We've asked for $65,500 this year. Part of the reason for this increased request is that I'm looking to extend our casework team from 2 youth advocates, who are our frontline workers, to 4. So the large part of this request will pay for the salary and on costs of employing staff. It will also go towards our new client record management system. Having a doctorate, having worked as a commissioner of services, I like data. So I've wanted to really invest in recording data well, but also in a way that is not overly burdensome for the staff. So I don't want them spending more time doing admin tasks when they could be working directly with you.
So your request for monetary request is $65,500? Okay. And remind me what it was last year?
47. So I asked for, sorry, 65,000 is the request, 47,500 is what we received last year.
Okay, I got you, okay.
Yeah.
17.5 increase.
Yes. And included in that request is things like transport costs. Because we do school-based outreach, our staff are driving quite a lot, and that has fuel costs, as I'm sure you're all feeling yourselves. One of the things that we're looking forward to in this coming year is we've in early conversations with China Spring ISD, and I have my eyes on another ISD to start building relationships with over this coming school year. That's probably enough. I appreciate I've talked fast and answering questions.
Okay, any questions?
What is y'all's total operating budget?
So our budget for 2022 was $686,000.
And without too many specifics, where else does your funding come from?
So just over 200,000 comes from essentially government grants, so this court, but also the Youth Homelessness Demonstration Program. Okay. We receive pretty considerable individual donations and a number of one-off foundation grants. We've been really pushing our corporate sponsorship program this year. So my colleague Harold Brown and I, with a member of the board, have produced a packet to go out to businesses to show them what their money could do for us. So we invite them to contribute at different levels.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Just one quick one.
Yes.
I'm trying to, I guess, gather kind of the new direction that you all are going in under your leadership. I know in the past it seemed that a priority of the code was to try to gain housing for these young people, especially as they aged out of the public school system. Is that still one of you all's priorities?
Yeah, absolutely. We also work quite closely with the Dobie Center on Austin Avenue, which is a behavioral health network service. So the Behavioral Health Network ourselves and the Family Abuse Center collectively received Youth Homelessness Demonstration Program money from HUD. And one of the services that they have is transitional housing arrangements. So we work quite closely with them to ensure that they have our youth have housing to go to once they graduate. And we actually have several youth that are currently receiving services from that, from the Dobie Center, through the Dobie Center, I should say.
Okay. No, go ahead.
Also, just kind of building on that, a new partnership that we have just started with is with TSTC to do supported applications for both courses and their scholarship program and housing if students are successful. So We recently went on a tour with 4 of our seniors who graduated, and a 5th is also working towards applying for the culinary program that they have out there. So it's something that I feel very strongly with, both from my research and my background, is doing what the Cove does through after-school programming, building those nurturing relationships, but also having an eye to where youth go to after they age out of the services that we provide.
Okay, so your increase in, because that's not even a part-time position. It kind of supplements a part-time position, or it's a part-time position, but that's a caseworker, or is that a data collector?
Yeah, I've slightly reorganized the organization as well. So the funding makes it possible to have one of the additional 2 people along with the reorganization. So I've decreased the layer of management in the youth services team and created a development director post who would work with me on both fundraising and the data and development of data analysis and use. So it's, the increase isn't like a one-to-one match for a new post, but the overall picture enables it to happen.
I cannot for the life of me, I see her face, but I cannot remember your predecessor's name. Kelly. Kelly. Okay. And I was always impressed with what she was doing with that facility. And I'm impressed with what I hear that you're taking it to. One of the things that I found not distressing, but it's just real, is that these young people were finishing their day in public school, and they were finding you all as a kind of a haven, or like you say, a safe space. So are y'all, and I know you can't give them housing. I know that's not what you do, but your caseworkers are still working to kind of make sure that they have a place to lay their head right at night.
Yeah, absolutely. And so one of the tasks that our youth advocates have every evening is to ensure that somebody has somewhere safe to go. For our accompanied youth, so that's youth who are usually part of our household, they'll be staying with a family member predominantly, so it's just confirming. And because they're minors, we also have to go through consent processes in order for them to receive services from the Cove. For the unaccompanied youth, they may be staying with friends or others, or in one of the shelters that I mentioned previously.
On my visits, there was a lot of traffic. There are a lot of students. What is your ratio caseworker to student now?
So the numbers that we see in an evening fluctuates, vary from 1 to 12. We also have volunteers who help us with the evening programming. So we have 3 to 5 volunteers come. So the ratio in terms of adults to minor can be as much as 1 adult to 2 youth. But in terms of our staff, it's going to be close for evening programming. It's going to be 6 to 1, 6 youth to 1 on average.
Okay.
In terms of caseloads, it's pretty high. It's like 20 to 30, and that's not something that is necessarily problematic, because the amount of work that's involved with each case can vary. Having additional frontline staff will help deal with that situation, but also will help us address the fact that we are now delivering services in multiple campuses and from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. So it will help us ensure that we can continue to do that.
You're right. Your hours have extended, and your reach has extended. You all still have those licensed social workers?
Yes. Yeah. So currently, one member of staff is a licensed Masters of Social Work student, and we'll have an intern this year from Tarleton State University as an advanced social work student.
Okay.
And we will. My aim is to recruit 1 additional licensed social worker into the 2 new posts.
I just would like to commend you all for what you all have been doing since your inception, because you took on an extremely sensitive task, and you've been really successful in your mission. I'd just like to commend you on that.
Thank you. It's
And I was really crazy about Kelly, but you seem to be just as good.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I actually met Kelly in 2018. I gave a seminar at Waco Family Medicine, and my father-in-law was the COO there, and they got me to come and do a presentation on UK homelessness in my doctoral research. So that's when I first met. And then when I knew I was moving to Waco, I was like, "Hi, Kelly, do you have a job? Or do you know of anybody that has a job?" And she said, "Well, actually, we're looking for a COO. Would you like to come and apply for that?" So,
Well, I'm not going to bore them anymore. We just probably need to have coffee sometime.
sounds lovely. Or a cup of tea being
I can do tea.
And everybody, if people haven't been to our facility, I love showing off our facility, love giving tours, get to see the mural in person, our great community room, meet some of the other staff. And we're also having a fundraiser on the 29th of September at our facility in the evening. So hopefully you'll see some publicity coming out about that.
I tell you, I do want you to touch on something for them, and that is the mental health services that you all provide. Because I know when I went over there, what kind of grabbed me was the fact that you all have where children can, where these young people can like wash their own clothes.
Yep.
You know, when you really understand the complications of homelessness, the fact that they can come in, they can get toiletries, that they can take a shower, that they can wash their clothes, and then there's a room where they can just be alone and sit for a moment
Yeah, so we
before
have
they
like
have
soft
to.
seating areas around. Even in my office in the evenings, there's some cushions and some fidget toys, and they can go and just chill out if they need to. School days can be stressful.
Yeah, it's worth the tour. It's worth the tour.
Okay, thank you. I won't do that. All right, any other questions? Well, again, thanks so much for coming.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Carey, you want to come forward? Animal birth control. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
It's good to see you all. Did you all get one of those?
It is.
We do.
Pass it around.
It's saved on the drive.
Oh, great. It's
got
up
it
there.
on drive,
Y'all are
yeah.
so good. Thank you so much.
But I can pass it around.
And, yeah, do you want to do that way? Have y'all eat?
Well, thank you.
So last year, you guys were generous and increased the amount to $85,000. And we hoped with that amount that we could really push and encourage people and let them know that that funding was available to many more families in McLennan County. And that's exactly what happened. So we changed our bar chart a little bit this year to really help y'all understand the increase in spays and neuters and what happens to the shelter intake, which is especially important right now when the whole United States is going through some shelter crises. The numbers of the animals going into the shelters are just really high right now. The experts say that that is temporary and it's related to socioeconomic issues, COVID issues. It's complicated, but there are a lot of things going on right now to contribute to that. But they expect it to improve in the next 6 months. So long-term, we know that spay-neuter is critical and that it works, and this is just information about our local regional shelter. We know that it's super important to get these animals some kind of preventive care. Over 90% of the animals coming into our shelter have not had any vetting at all. So just by getting them vetting, we know that we are keeping them out of the shelter. And as you can see at the very top, if you spend about $100 average at Animal Birth Control Clinic to provide basic preventive care, that will save you per animal about $600 or more per animal.
How'd you come up with that number?
So $100 is about average on what we spend per pet, cat, dog, male or female. And then the $600, that is a conservative estimate on the per animal intake going into the animal shelter.
Okay, so you know that amount sort of conservatively?
The $600?
Uh-huh.
Yes, the shelter director, Trey, told me last year what the dollar amount was, and so I just went down with it.
Oh, okay.
So. this-
What's his estimate?
750 is the latest that I heard, but I'm waiting to hear from him what it would be for this coming year, for sure.
Great.
Our outreach van is busy at least 4 days of the week running animals for people who don't have transportation. That could be someone that's disabled, someone who is in Meals on Wheels, any number of reasons. So we go and fetch them, bring them to the clinic, and give them their services and take them back home. So we're trying to reduce every barrier we possibly can. And so your support financially is another barrier that we can knock down. The second page goes through just a few of the things that are soft that we affect that we don't yet have data on. Fewer strays needing neighbors to take on, fewer strays going into the shelter. We have some data on that, but we don't have that from rescues. Fewer animal-related dispatch calls for the sheriff's department. That's there for humans. We don't want to get involved in the animal stuff. You know, we don't want animals taking up that resource. And we hope that the severity of the calls that are needed from the sheriff's department are lower as well. And of course, taking care of livestock, pets, and families. It's safer when animals are vetted and fixed, whether it's rural, urban, suburban, all of our neighborhoods are safer. The last page is to give you a glimpse. You're going to know your zip codes much better than I will, but I broke that down by zip code so that you can kind of see where we've used it so far. And again, none of these addresses are true City of Waco residents. These are all outside of the City of Waco. When a City of Waco pet comes in, we use City of Waco funding to help with that, help to cover those costs. And I'll leave the facts for y'all to read later on.
Thank you.
Get out of your hair. Any questions?
Any questions? And what's that request again?
Say it again.
What are you requesting, dollars?
85,000.
85,
Yes,
thank you.
please.
Same as last year?
Carrie, unless, this current year, we funded 75,000.
Oh, sorry, 75,000. Yeah,
ma'am.
sorry about that. Thank you.
Oh, no.
I was thinking it stayed the same. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, staying the same.
Very good.
Okay. No other questions? We
Appreciate
appreciate
your
your report.
Thank you all
Thank you.
very
Thank
much.
you, Carrie.
Have a good day. All right, let's take like a 5-minute recess and give Frances time to get her closing arguments ready.
Keep my left zipper.
We don't have anybody else?
Not on that, we were gonna get back to the budget discussion, but,
Is Brazos Trail
She wasn't able to come, I guess, so.
so,
She's not, yeah.
So we don't have Texas Brazos Trail this afternoon?
Not today, no.
Okay.
and when we come back, one of the first questions I'm gonna ask you is the difference in these requests this year compared to last year. In other words, how much impact are we gonna have? It's obviously gonna be a little higher, just so we can start out with that.
Definitely.
All right, we're gonna recess for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Put time on that 5.
Some of these are in 5490 also, right?
Yes, sir. 54, that contracted programs and then economic development. So we can kind of look at those for a second.
Okay, so, any comments on what we heard earlier today, or any questions anyone would have, need to clear up? I think there's a difference, between last year's, what we actually paid out to the request this year. And so how much, it's an increase, I'm sure, so what is that?
Yes, so we can review those. And so Department 5490 is our contracted programs department, where we lump a lot of these together in that one department. So a lot of these, of course, we had been meaning to come back to, so we will have some discussions with some of these groups later in the week. But just so we could just kind of check some of these off. The library, City of Waco, on that third line, of course, you agreed to a max amount this morning. Sorry.
You skipped over one.
Oh, emergency management? Yeah, she's gonna be here on Thursday morning. So,
Okay, sorry. didn't
Oh,
know.
no, you're good.
There it is.
But yes, there is an increase there. And I can talk about it now, or we can wait for.
I guess that's contractual mostly, isn't it?
So we split the cost with the City of Waco, but there is no longer any state funding. The state was funding a portion of that through a grant. So that is gone, and so that is a portion of that increase, is that our half is now, or our portion is now half, not 45%.
And so, so what is that? How much is it?
So it's an increase of about $120,000.
$120,000, give or take.
21.
And there again, I think there's, you know, we're taking the books from City of Waco, but we're looking at their books, so there, you may have questions about
There are some, yeah.
Yes.
there's-
charges
There's some,
against that, so we'll
yeah,
look at,
she shows the increases in her budget, but there's some questions about.
right?
Yes, and she can answer any questions, I know,
Yeah.
on Thursday about, specifically how that's operating. And so just to go down, for library, like I said, Haley highlighted that green, that was decided upon today. While we're here, you know, just to remind you, currently we have budgeted $10,000 for McGregor, West, Moody, Hewitt, and Mart libraries. So I don't know if there's any thought there, you know, to leave that.
Yeah, that's,
amount to add to it.
that's, the way I understand it, that the, Cunningham County Library, you know, provides books and those kind of things, but their own budget, they have to have their own budget, which we've, been contributing to for some time. And so, that's the same as it was last year, is that right?
Correct.
Maybe even the year before, but, so.
We had increased that from $5,000
A year.
a couple years ago or something like that. I mean,
We haven't heard anything, I don't guess, from either libraries.
well, we won't.
Yeah.
We never do. They're just grateful for anything, honestly. So, I mean, it's just whatever we decide. Yeah. So, did we see how much that the Waco McLennan County Library contributes to the outside libraries? Did they show that? Do y'all remember?
I thought all they contributed was like books and,
Sharing materials.
yeah, sharing some of
Okay.
their.
So there wasn't like a monetary amount that went to them.
No, but there's in kind, which does have a monetary.
They probably break it out somehow in their budget.
I'm really not sure, but I know that they say that's one of the things that they were pitching, is that we do have allow them to check out books or audio books.
I know that bookmobile that goes out
Yeah,
to all those,
bookmobile. I know it
goes
goes
those
to
different places. Yep.
And historically, on those other 5 libraries, we gave each $7,500 in 2020, moved it up to $8,000 in 2021, and then 10,000 was the increase for last year.
Okay.
Is there any thoughts there before we move there? Would that y'all be agreeable to leave that in the proposed budget as is?
I'm okay with things that are the same as prior.
Okay.
Well, I am.
Just since
I
we're
am
here
too.
in this department, we can.
Yeah.
Unless it's contractual, which, that's, I think, where we are right now, we need to keep things the same as much as possible.
I wanted to, just real quickly, I received a letter from one of the council members in the city of Riesel. And I'm not gonna read the whole email, but what he did go on to say is, I wanted to say thank you for the mobile library service that's offered through the Waco McLennan County Library. Twice this summer, the pop-up library visited Riesel. The community members here greatly appreciate this awesome service. This is particularly expressed from our youngest citizens. Reading provides so much for our children. We would like the mobile library to make regular visits to Riesel. Monthly visits would be incredible. The kind librarians informed us to be sure to let the county know the value the mobile library provides our community. So please kindly consider making the funds available to allow the mobile library to visit Riesel on a regular basis. So they are going out to those rural locations, and they are having an impact.
So I guess, then, if we want to make that a part of the agreement with the McLennan County Library, that they visit those areas on a certain amount, it can be part of our contract.
That would be great.
Okay.
And then just moving down the list, fire protection services, again, that is something that will be covered on Thursday. Elizabeth and then probably someone from the fire protection group will be able to speak on that. The animal shelter services line, so you agreed to, I'm trying to get this pulled up to the contract.
It's a percentage.
Yes, we moved from paying per animal to the animal shelter and moved to a percentage of their operating budget. So that's what they have given us for next year.
Based on the number of intakes from the county, and they use a.
And do they know what their operating budget is yet, or are we still?
They have
is that
not.
a number see, that's so hard for us to do, is we
They're
have to
on
come
that
up with a
same
number, and they say, well, we'll get it to you when we get
I
it
thought
to
we
you.
have it, like, based on 109 animals?
That doesn't.
We can subject to anything we
Okay,
decide, so.
it just, I just hate giving them an open-ended,
Well, like earlier, you said you made a motion to, at a certain dollar level, no higher than that, but anything lower than that, we can do the same thing here.
But I thought that was set. I thought they go to a contract, they go to a prior time period frame, a window, and the number of animals or intake per McLennan County, and I thought it was like 109 times our amount our percentage is gonna be our cost.
And I believe that's what Haley was remembering as well. And that was the number that they had thrown out, but we'll solidify that with them.
And also too, I thought, was this a part of our contribution to the shelter remodel?
well, that ended last year.
We're done with that.
Right. So the two.
But as part of that negotiation, didn't we agree to start did we start a new arrangement?
I think the contract
Yes.
continues unless one of the parties gives 30-day notice to terminate.
Yeah, but there was a whole new arrangement that you agreed to, and I'm trying to pull up the contract now. I'm going to text Dustin and see if he can. But that this new contract would begin October 1st and move into this next fiscal year. So
Because we went, I mean, it was crazy what we were paying at one time.
Yeah.
And we were pretty confident when we started auditing animals coming in that we were paying for municipalities, animals were paying. So then when we finally said, hey, we're gonna pay for rural animals only, it went, well, you see what the numbers are, it went way down. And now I know and I understand they're wanting to modify it some, but I want to know what percentage of the operating budget, and it sure would be helpful to us to know what it is.
We're 6 point something, aren't we?
Dustin is on, and we were communicating, I was hoping maybe he could pull it off that. I'm trying to remember what month that was.
Yeah, it was we approved it back in October or November, and then it's set up where I believe each April the city will do the computation and they will review the total budget and intake for the previous 12-month period. And then that's what our amount is calculated based off of.
Because that number there is more than we've ever paid now. So we went from where we were paying what was way more than what we owed per animal coming in, went way back, and now that'll be more than we've ever paid.
Is that it right there? Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Haley shared it.
So that, yeah, McLean County is 109 at 6.09%. By the way, my computation says when you add those percentages up, it comes to 100.1%.
Inflation.
Rounding.
Rounding area.
So,
Any other questions? All right.
What did we pay the previous year? I mean, what did we pay the previous year?
so we're estimating for this current year that we'll pay around $10,000 for the entire year. And again, that was based on a per animal cost. That was not funding a portion of the
Total budget.
operating budget.
Right.
We'll pay 10,000 more than we did last year, or what are you
No, no.
saying?
We're
No,
gonna
you're
pay
gonna pay
110,000.
114,000
Yes.
more than last year.
We're paying 100 and how much more than last year?
$114,000 more. Well, more, take that back. It's 118,000 more, 19,000.
It's just a completely different
Formula?
way of.
Completely different formula?
Yes.
Well, there's no doubt about it. We had a large number of animals, but. Wow.
I keep having issues too. Let me see if I can share.
That's crazy.
We're having a connection issue, just one sec.
Okay. So, what's,
Does that include the $75 charge when they go out and pick up an animal that we request them to pick up? Or is that is that 129 plus the 75 times?
So I believe that the old contract was you paid that amount per animal. This now is.
Takes the place of that?
Yes, completely replaces
Well,
that.
and what makes it hard for us to understand is a fee for picking an animal up, we get that. But they budget so much differently than we do, and they have all these other departments that have pieces of that budget that we don't do it that way. And so it's so hard for me to understand why they've got a human resource piece in it, and they've got a garage piece in it, and
maybe we need to start budgeting like that.
and, well, I don't know about
They'll
that
have a
one.
piece for the city
I mean-
council.
Right.
I know under the other one that we looked at with the library, they had like $9,000 going to the city council as part of the
And
budget.
that's just looking at something as like an indirect cost.
It's an indirect cost.
So, you know.
Like general
one of our
administrative.
offices-
But here's the issue is, in an indirect cost, if they don't use it all, it goes to the general fund.
Right.
Well, if you're using our money to expend and cover expenses on things what you don't use should return to us.
It's hard to get a firm grip on knowing if it's spent or not.
Transparency.
There's no itemized statement that comes in saying. we
Right,
spent
so
it.
you're just working off of a formula, and whatever the formula says, it's gone. There's nothing,
Nothing transparent about that.
so it's difficult.
It looks like it was on our October 19th, 2021 agenda. And I know there was lengthy discussion on it. And then I think we had it back on our next agenda after we approved it, just to clarify a few things.
And Haley had pulled up that for sure that the fee method has been completely replaced by the new.
$75 per pickup.
Yes, and it's during the month of April each year, throughout the term of the agreement, the city will review the budget and intake numbers for the previous 12-month period of May through April. And then the total shelter budget amount will be reduced by the offsetting revenues for reclaim and animal care reimbursements. So they'll be calculating that each year, I guess, and sending that over to us, and then.
And that's a total reclaim. That's not broken out by city, in other words, or entity. In other words, if we put in 109 and 108 of them got reclaimed and a fee paid, we wouldn't get credit. It's credited to the whole budget.
I would think it would be specific, but I don't know that for sure. Oh, credited to the whole.
Credit to the whole budget.
Yes. Sorry, Haley, thank you.
And then the net amounts then divided by our proportionate share based on intake numbers. And then that's what's divided into 12 equal payments.
Thoughts?
Was this a so this is a contract that renews every April?
30 days.
It runs, so it started 10/1/21 and it'll run through September 30th, 2023, unless either the city or county provides 30-day written notice of termination. And it does have an sorry.
So you said that it runs through 2023,
September 3rd. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're in it right now. We're in the contract. And I remember one of the discussions was, why don't we have this contract mature in time for a budget discussion? And so I guess now, if we want to do anything different, we'd have to give a 30-day notice and renegotiate. Otherwise, we're in for 2023.
Well, and based on reading it, in April, so April 2023, they should be providing us with the intake numbers for the past 12 months and, what our estimate would be for the next year. So I think that would give y'all plenty of time before the contract actually ended to make a decision if it was going to be different.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So.
All right.
So there's that one. And then there's a couple other ones that we'll look at later this week. There's the aging program contribution that we have made for many years. Crime Stopper, $10,000, also that same amount for many, many years. MHMR, that will, there's a lot of contracts associated with the MHMR connection, so we'll be covering those two. But then let's get down to the Central Texas Senior Ministries, or the Meals on Wheels. So she is requesting $30,000, which is the same request that you approved last year.
Is anybody opposed to just guaranteeing what we paid last year?
To what?
These entities, all they get is what we funded last year.
That was one of I have a list of things to points to talk about.
I was good with
one of the things.
I was good with that.
Okay.
I don't know if that'll work on everything that's contracted service, though.
Well, unless it's contract.
Well, I'm talking, this is just nonprofits for the most part, or other entities that have come to us.
Right. Like you can't change animal shelter if it's a contracted service.
Yeah, that contract you've already entered, but these with like Meals on Wheels, the Cove, there is a contract that's involved because they are saying they're going to provide certain services for county residents. The county is helping fund that, but you haven't entered into that yet, so those won't be entered into until after you adopt this.
I guess, Jim, a better way to put it, those that have presented today, I would feel comfortable funding what we funded last year.
That was my number 4.
Okay.
Keep outside requests.
Is that a consensus?
That's how I felt.
Is that a consensus, you think?
Beautiful.
at this point.
Okay, so Meals on Wheels will leave there at 30,000. Animal birth control was 75,000, also the same request, so we will give that one the go. The Cove, there was that increase of 17,500. So from what you said, we'll bring that down to 47,500 to match the prior year. Okay.
And Sports Commission.
Yes, and so now we'll look at Department 7890. We keep some of the economic development related groups all together. So here, and several of these things, Chris Collins will be with us on Thursday. So she'll be presenting multiple line items in this department. But like you said, Sports Commission there, the request was 145 compared to 100,000 last year. And we can bring that one to 100 to match.
Did they come back and make a separate request to us last year at any time, or was that lumped in?
Iron Man.
Did we give separate money, or was that the 25 that we put on top of the 75?
Justin, didn't we put
the
Iron Man after
I think we did help.
75, and then this
Yes.
Iron Man was gonna require pretty good investment, and so we ended up doing.
The 25 was it?
Yeah, so
There was $96,525 in art money also too.
Yeah. And then, the city matched, 25.
So there was the ARPA funding, and then the $100,000 asked for last year, he broke it up and saying 75,000 was for operating the Sports Commission, 25,000 was for Ironman.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I just knew there was something broken up.
Found that,
And then the Cultural Arts District, Creative Waco. And so they had asked for an increase of 20,000 to 75,000. So again, we can have that match funding for current year.
20.
Okay. And then the others will have more information presented to you later in the week. All right.
The economic development events.
So,
The equestrian thing, wasn't it?
well, no, the last couple of years you've hosted a luncheon.
For that?
For
The Friday.
economic.
Oh, that's the Area Economic Development Committee, the
Correct.
AEDC that cities and entities take turn hosting.
Yeah.
So that's,
that
I
AEDC.
thought it was the equestrian.
we don't, they
Used to be, and
they
I
said
don't
they
think
did
they
not
host
need
it
that
anymore.
anymore.
Okay.
That was taken out, I think,
They rode
last year
off
or year
into the
before.
sunset.
That's right.
Well, you hit that one out of the park.
But if that's something that you don't see in the plans, then let us know, but that's,
Well, I think AEDC.
Well, usually we do one a year for $10,000. Is that what that thing costs?
No, not even
No,
Suzanne
that
can spend
line's
$10,000.
Did we do one last year? Are there any money expended out of that fund last
It'd
year?
be a $10,000
so,
loan.
We did the one at the,
Yeah, Chris, how much was it?
Consider there's only about 25 people show up.
1,000 or less.
why don't you put that at $1,000?
and Haley was helping me remember, so I think we had put it in there in
About
case
two.
the
How
need
about two?
arose. But you can see we haven't spent anything yet, but if you have.
Yeah, let's bump that down.
Okay, 2.
Because we usually do like August or September
$2.
because
2,000.
I'd put 2,000 or 2,500.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still two.
And Francis, I'm sorry, I actually think that was to, if there were other events that came up during the year similar to,
Yes.
yeah, and not necessarily the luncheon.
Not necessarily the AEDC.
And
And
Haley
we
was
used to
feeling-
buy the chamber tickets for the first pitch and the
Okay.
tip-off and the
So Justin,
kickoff and the,
So in case something arises.
yeah.
does you
And
think it needs to be
they
higher?
they ended up giving us the ticket.
The way I remember it, it was if there was another, that's where we had the equestrian, the national championship at the $10,000 level. And then we decided just to transition it over to just a general event in case there was something else like that that came up. That's the way I remember it.
Sounds good.
I should have let Haley explain it. So
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
it's late in
What
the
else?
day. So leaving it at 2,000 there, I think is
That's
what
fine.
I heard.
We still got oh, we don't have to pay for the luncheons anymore.
That's right.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, with our contract, with the chamber,
okay.
they said that y'all do plenty for us.
Get a table.
So then I think we have some consensus on the groups we heard from today, and then we've gone through a few others, and then we'll clean the rest of these up through the week. So where we're at now is, you know, we've gone through a lot of operating requests, like I mentioned earlier. And so now it's just like this, seeing what you feel about all of those, and getting kind of a look at those in total. But however, there are the personnel items that we need to come back and Anna is here with us. So it's just up to you on how y'all want to navigate that. If you want to go ahead and go to personnel, and then we can come back and clean up operating. I know these are some big picture items that you're wanting to make some decisions on.
While Anna's coming up, I'd like to throw out some things, okay?
All right.
All right, you wanna see if you can bat them back at me?
Yeah.
Okay, number one, I'd like to see if we could identify, we meaning you, all the offices and departments that you project will come in $250,000 or more under their budget, and then place a realistic amount in that column. Okay? Does that make sense?
It does, and we have we've looked at that in various
Okay.
ways over the last couple months.
Okay.
And we have made moves to decrease. When you look at a department and it is, there's a large amount under budget, it's a combination of a lot of lines.
There could be some mitigating circumstance, I understand. That's the reason I felt like
So-
y'all would know the
Yes.
big picture.
So we have worked with departments, we had a lot of buy-in, that, hey, you've never used this line, you've only used 1% of this line, whatever it may be, and had them work with us to move those down to a reasonable number.
And if there's a historical, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but historically speaking, if over a period of time, they, like you say, have continued to not use that amount, then like Commissioner Jones mentioned today, that's just tax money.
Oh,
we're
yes, for
taking
sure.
from- That's not being, that we can
No
save.
services being rendered.
Yeah,
And-
no, yeah.
And, in some of them, we'll continue that every year. We'll continue to monitor. The last couple of years, when you look at trends and things, it's
Right.
hard to compare the last 2 years.
Well, I know we got to throw out the
but
COVID.
some are
the
very
anomaly.
obvious.
Yeah, okay. Secondly, would be if a position's been open for 2 years, cut it. Get it out of the budget.
And so,
That's my opinion. Unless there's just an absolute, I understand there's some specialty, like the jail that has those positions that we need to try to fill. But I'm talking about if somebody's had a position open for 2 years, and we haven't used it, we haven't needed it, let's get rid of it, get it off the, get it off
Or
the
ask them to
book.
come back and to defend it, but, yeah, I agree with you.
We've already done, I'd be in favor of maybe freezing personnel levels unless there's a real justification for needing more people.
I'm leaning that direction right now myself.
Now, when you say freeze, what do you mean by freeze?
No new
Because we've
FTEs.
No new positions.
No new positions?
Yeah.
Like, so the position is not there right now, and they're wanting to add it, because there's not a whole lot.
That
of
may just be very few, that's right. You're absolutely correct.
Is it the 362, Francis, or is that also inclusive of
That's
pay increases
that's pay
for
increase
different
also.
positions?
yes, it's a combination. Do you mind opening that one?
I will reserve my comments for COLA and till a later time, till we probably discuss that more, okay? But anyhow, those are my thoughts right now. Those are just some thoughts I have as far as cleaning up the budget and trying to save us money and
For me to, well, I guess what I'd like on freezing FTEs, I'd like to see where those increases were. And make sure, that we want to freeze that, because unfunded mandates by the state continually pushing things down on us sometimes causes an increase in FTE. So I need to look at that to make sure we're not eliminating something that we have to have, but I'm philosophically in favor of that.
Well, I know that we have contingencies of where if we have to create something, we can always come back and amend the budget to do it, but, just carrying it and then not ever using it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Hey, you're right. In fact, I don't think it's honest.
Thought, perhaps instead of just totally taking it out of the budget, it's kind of like what someone said earlier, they can come in and justify it, but since it's not filled, maybe put a dollar placeholder there, as opposed to totally taking it
Well, I'd need to be,
out of the budget.
I would need to be convinced to do that as well. So when they
Right.
come in to present,
Okay.
do you need it? And why would we put a placeholder in if you hadn't filled it 2 years? Why would it? So I think that's part of the conversation.
Okay.
Yes.
On the request, I'm inclined, like the judge, I want to see it case by case, but I'm inclined, since we spent all last year bringing positions to 0.8 of the comp ratio, to still stick with 0.8 of the comp ratio. If we have positions that are, we're looking at modifying or changing them in some way, but they're over that 0.8, I'm inclined not to do that. Like you, I just have to hear it on a case by case.
Right. But overall, that's not a bad thought.
And so this that we have pulled up, this is a summary of the top being increases to positions, and then underneath the 183,000 was those were new positions, new FTEs, some part-time requests, and then we've just underneath added any additional costs to actually give you an all-in cost. And these are all linked to the listing of requests that Anna had presented the week before last. She had gone through and recommended or not recommended those based on her criteria.
Yes, there were a few positions that were left kind of blank or outstanding because we needed more data. Those remaining positions, with the exception of one, we kind of have our data and our notes on it as well.
So you're recommending the county sheriff, deputy, LE, 414th District Court, administrator, MOB custodian, and the IT audiovisual tech?
Correct, there's 4
Yeah.
full-time position ads that we have compiled data for, or the department has provided data to support those requests. And the same with the part-time positions.
Find my notes before I say okay.
I mean,
I have a copy of it.
that's been, I mean,
No, but I
that's
write
a
on
marked
mine.
difference in what we've had in the past on new position.
Say it again, I'm sorry,
I
Commissioner.
mean, that's, there's been years, in the last 10 years, where we've come in and there's been lots of positions requested. So, I think all 4 of these can be justified, in my opinion. And then, when do we get our new district court?
October 1 is when it's scheduled, but the judge has not been appointed yet.
You've heard nothing on whether or not, whether or not it's a possibility that will happen by that date, you're saying, or you?
I was told by a state representative that it could be as late as September. So, but we do have to have staff.
Have to have staff, yeah.
And
That's in there, though, isn't it?
It is.
There's staff's already figured in?
I just remembered that.
So there's a full-time employee and part-time, and then of course the elected official and and a court reporter. I had just heard that this week, I guess maybe yesterday, that I think the sheriff's office thought they would have a need for additional courthouse security as well, deputies. But that wasn't in any original request, so that's not listed here. But that's something that will
For the new
come
district
up.
court?
Yes, sir. But yes, all the other positions are added in there.
with something like that, we should look at kind of the staffing model. On what's required for a court, for the whole.
Right. I mean, you're gonna have to have a,
backup and,
you gotta have bailiffs.
yeah, you got members.
You gotta have somebody in the court, yeah.
All right, then on the floor, then, we heard pretty much about all we need to know about, why those positions are requested. Does
Well, then-
anybody have any?
You know, I agree with Commissioner Jones in that they can be justified. But my question is, can they be we've gotten down to a point right now, we've got to start going back and rethinking a lot of the decisions that we said, okay, it's good for now. So do we justify them this year? Do we do it next year? Because I'm again still, the two big things is we know we've got inflation and it's hurting our employees, and we also have a tax rate we have to be honest with our
Those are the two
citizens
things.
about.
Two
And so to me, just about anything can be in play trying to accomplish those two things.
Well, I agree, those two priorities, our employees, who the inflation has hurt, and our constituents. And
Who are hurting too.
Who are hurting too, absolutely.
And then Commissioner, and then just to make sure it's clear, these amounts for new personnel and increases, those are one of those below the line items that we have on that summary page. So when we look at where we're ending, where we could end up, as well as the fund balance school percentage, these things are included there that we can, change, but these are rolled into that final number that we looked at earlier.
Is it strange to need to know what the COLA would be before we start adding new people to the staff list?
Well, it is a big impact to the deal, and so, I don't know, due to the time, we'll do whatever y'all wanna do, obviously, but if, I would like to dedicate a time with no rushes to get into COLA, and that could be tomorrow.
We could do that, yeah.
Do we have to say yes to this today?
Pardon me?
Do we have to say yes to this today?
Well, no, I mean, it's not a vote, it's a consensus, and
Right.
so she just needs to know whether, if there's a consensus, take them all off, take one off, leave them the same.
Again,
And if we can't make that decision today, we'll pick it up tomorrow.
I think we need to decide what the COLA is first and then come back and revisit
At
it.
$8 million.
I agree to that, because that way we can see what when we push that button, what does it do to our objectives of no new revenue rate and keeping our unassigned fund balance there. And so we may have to massage some things, and it'd be great to have them, but this might not be the year to get those two objectives.
And you've got that COLA set at 11 on this estimate here that you sent us, right?
Right,
Okay.
right.
Okay. That's based on current personnel or personnel and requested personnel?
No, that is just on current personnel.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the other factor.
Well, is that something we could take up first thing tomorrow before we?
I would agree with you 100%, Commissioner Smith.
What do you say?
He said, is this something we could take up tomorrow? I think.
First thing?
First thing, yeah.
Let our minds refresh a little and.
Yeah. I've got an idea how to do
So
that.
they're, I mean, I just got a text message. They are gonna need two deputies for that court
Okay.
for. So I don't know how that works, when.
So is that in there? No. It's not in there. That's too
Oh,
low.
is it in the, it's not in there, is it at all?
No, we didn't.
Can you
we
put a
didn't
bailiff
do
in
that.
for the court too?
No, it's just, we don't, when the positions aren't specifically assigned to a court, so it's just part of the courthouse security deputy's budget.
Well, then they've got plenty of positions. Sorry.
Could we see how many are assigned to the courthouse right now?
Yeah, we can get a staffing model.
Like security at the front desk?
Yeah.
And everything?
Yeah, we'll ask, if you would, Francis, ask for our staffing model for.
And
And if it needs to be confidential, we can go into executive session for security purposes.
And I think what, Commissioner Smith, I'm gonna try and piggyback what you're talking about. What you're getting at there is, and I think what we're talking about is we've got to get more serious and about how many positions we keep funding each year that just stay open and stay
Yeah,
open
right.
and stay open.
And that's
And-
why I made the comment I just made.
Yeah, and that's what I was just following up, thinking that's what you were alluding to, and it's, we gotta do.
I know it's more than just pushing buttons to get to it, but those ideas that I threw out, and they may have been way out in left field, right field, wherever you want to put them, but the positions that hadn't been used for a couple of years and departments that are way over for so long, are those numbers that you could bring us anytime the next year or so? No, just kidding about the years. I mean, how hard would it be to get, no, I know what time it is.
Oh, no,
too.
we can, I mean, those things can be run fairly quickly.
Because those could have a pretty good impact on our budget.
But here's something that I just, so these are your inquiries, is your sort gonna be able to, say a position gets filled and then, man, I'm having a hard time explaining this.
I know where you're going.
So like you've got a position, it gets filled and then it gets unfilled or so what I'm saying is if they've had, let's say that they have an average of 10 unused positions every budget year, every budget cycle. Can you find that? I mean, so.
It may not be one static position, it's.
Yeah, right, it's kind of, did I make any sense at all?
Their average staff count.
Yeah,
for
average
the
staff
year
count.
Versus how many positions
Yes,
they have.
average staff count versus, versus what they're budgeting.
Yeah, if they have budgeted 10 and historically the last umpteen years, they've only had 8, then there's 2 open positions regardless of where they are.
What number they're assigned to.
I have a question. Just a clarification on your terminology. When you say HR recommends, are you saying HR says we should do this? Or are you saying HR says this is within policy?
HR says this is within policy and there is data to support it.
And we should do this?
Just saying if we chose to do it, that it's within policy and that it's within the data.
Yeah, but also her
But there's
recommendation,
justification.
because she's talked in detail, and where something's needed, or I think she's pretty straightforward with everyone that, whether she can justify supporting it or not. Now, if she can support it, we can go against her, but we won't get a Christmas card or anything like that, but she knows that.
And then the other piece is we've got to drill down seriously on whether, we've talked about it, but the retiree piece, we've got to
Yes.
drill that down
Yes.
and come up with it.
I'll have those,
Yes.
those 15-year, scenarios for you tomorrow that you can take a
So,
see at a glance.
I think it's a consensus that those positions, wherever they went, are, we know what they are, and so subject to final approval, those positions make sense, but if we have to cut in and find money, those they're at risk. The request is at risk unless it's mandated.
Are those in the budget right now that you figured, that you gave us? The
Yes,
numbers?
they're,
Those numbers are in there?
Yes, they're included kind of in that below-the-line list
Okay,
of
okay.
laundry list that we need to.
Below the line list, I gotta hear somewhere.
There's a number, it says like just personnel changes, I think. It should be the
Yeah, you had
total.
it listed somehow.
Yes, so that's a compilation of all the things in this spreadsheet.
And I guess my concern is because we're already at 32.9% of a reserve fund, and we haven't even talked about the retirees. And we're looking at increases that are gonna take people past the 8% comp ratio. So that's what I'm weighing going into tomorrow.
Past the 1.0, right?
or on?
Sleep on that tonight.
If you can.
I was hoping to rip the band-aid off today. I know.
That's right. If it looks like I've lost interest.
Real bit. It looks like he's leaving, that's. Leave it with us.
Backing up.
The lights just go on.
I'll tell you, and I want to compliment the court, and Francis and her team, Haley and Anna for really hanging there with us, and IT for keeping the television going. But, you know, we are much more prepared going into budget than we used to be. And I think a lot of it has to do with us and others having the foresight to have a policy that kind of keeps us in line, keeps us where decisions are made for practical purposes and not political or anything else. So appreciate everybody doing that. Well, is there anything else before we recess?
I do not have anything
And
else.
so we will go back at tomorrow at, what time did you have down?
I mean, that's really up to y'all.
1:30 is what we, shows on her agenda here that she gave us. I don't know if that's posted or not, but that's what it shows.
1:30 is good. All right.
Yes, it's on the.
Okay, it is 4:10. We'll recess until tomorrow at 1:30.
Recording stopped.